I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah, I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
Hey, what's going on, soulmates? It's good to be back with you guys on this Friday evening. My type of life. It's good to see you. Mel, it's nice to see you. Marcus, Stephanie. Who else do we have here tonight? Cynthia, it's good to see you too. Well, we got some questions about. We got some questions about the Haslab. Well, we'll get to the Haslab in a second. We'll talk about the Haslab in a little bit. I want to kick things off and do something a little bit different today. I want to show you guys a little bit of the stuff that I picked up over this past week, because I was looking at everything and I kind of, I didn't realize it, but then I looked over it all. I said, you know what? I've kind of picked up a lot of stuff over this past week, and I thought I'd share it with you guys today. Super Luigi fan, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Yesterday, actually, my girlfriend Astrid, I don't think she's in the chat yet. Yeah, we got a little bit of a haul. Stephanie, I'm not gonna lie, we got a little bit of a haul. I wasn't even planning it, but it turned out to be a haul. Check it out, guys. This is what Astrid got me yesterday. She went to Walmart. She got me superpowers. Here, let me just get my mic over the side here a little bit so you guys can see this better. She got me superpowers Batman. Now remember, guys, if you want these are 10 bucks at Walmart, Walmart only. And you know what? I showed this to my mom earlier, and she agrees, and Astrid agrees too, that this looks a lot like the late 80s, early 90s. It looks a lot like the original Superpower stuff. Not exactly. It's a little bit different. But I'm really excited about this action figure, and I'm kind of happy to check it out real soon. Average YouTube commenter, since we have the Ghost Rider retro card in Haslab, you'd like to see them make the orb? That's actually a really cool choice. I wouldn't mind seeing an orb Marvel Legend. I remember reading about the orb in a really old comic book I have with Ghost Rider and Spider-Man, and God, when the orb takes off his helmet, he's such a creepy looking guy. Oh my God, his face is like just like hamburger. Brutal to look at. And this just arrived today, guys. This is one that I'm going to be getting to in a little bit, but I've got the VHS 90s animated Wolverine. I just got him today, got him off of Shop Disney, and you know, if you want any of the 90s animated stuff, they have a few of them over on Shop Disney. They're $1 cheaper than they are on Hasbro Pulse. If you want Storm, Mr. Sinister, Wolverine, jump on that now, guys, because, you know, like I say, cheaper than Hasbro Pulse, and if you spend 75 bucks, you get free shipping. Sometimes they have a code so you can just get free shipping regardless of your order. Cynthia, you think Blackheart Mephisto? I mean, personally, I don't really need a Blackheart that bad because I'm still really happy with the one that was released back in 2006, but also it's been, you know, 16 years since that was released, so it would make sense for Hasbro to jump on Blackheart. Mephisto, I don't think we've ever gotten a Marvel Legend of him, so that would make good sense to do him. I would love to see Mephisto, and I hope they do him. Now, the real question here is, what Mephisto would they do? Would they do, like, the standard or classic look for Mephisto, or would they do like the more bestial look like John Romita Jr. did when he redesigned Mephisto for the Daredevil comics way back when in the 80s? Alright guys, let me show you a little bit else of what I got here. I got Retro Card Rhino. There's a good deal on this guy earlier on last week, so I thought to myself, well, you know what, we'll get this guy too. He's a big boy, actually. When I got this, I was kind of taken aback by the size of the card. I mean, wow. He's still not as big as a mega figure, but he's got some heft to him. I can really feel the weight on this guy. Pretty cool looking at him up close. I don't think that anything I said about him is really going to change from my first impressions video. I think most of what I said is pretty much on point, but yeah, I kind of dig this one. Yeah, he's a thick boy, Marcus. He's not bad at all. Ugh. I lift weights too, and he still feels heavy. Cynthia just sucks because of the whole Mephisto not being able to sold at retail. See, that's what. Why can't Mephisto be sold at retail? What's the deal with that? Is Hasbro just doing another like Ula type situation where they refuse to sell certain characters? Because that sounds really lame to me. If that's the case, I mean, if they're just not willing to sell Mephisto because he's evil. Well, here's the thing, Cynthia. If they're not willing to do the characters, then maybe they shouldn't have the license. They don't want the devil on the shelves. McFarlane made a literal demon and put him on shelves. Etrigan the demon? Come on, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Hasbro is unwilling to do the characters, they shouldn't have the license. Full stop. Like, if you take on the Star Wars license, you should be ready and willing to make characters like Ula or Slave Leia or whatever the case, because that's part of the job. And if you're going to take on Marvel, you should be willing to make pretty much every character under the sun. Be it Mephisto or be it whatever the case. Yeah, McFarlane's got all kinds of crazy characters. He has a literal character, he has a literal brand with a character who is a hellspawn. Are you kidding me? It's not because that they can't get them on shelves, obviously, because Spawn is on shelves. It's because Hasbro's just not putting them on shelves. Is the Renew Your Vows pack or whatever worth the $52? It's overpriced by a little bit. Honestly, if it were $49.90, what, 98, it would be fine. If it were $49.98, that would be fine. But at $52, I don't know why they're charging the extra money. Like, it's just silly. You're very obviously getting two standard action figures, Big C, so why are they doing that? I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of some of the prices on Marvel Legends recently. They seem like they're all over the place, and they really need to start, I don't know what's going on, but they need to standardize stuff, because I look at McFarlane's pricing and by and large it makes sense. We got these standard figures for $20. Okay, we got these mega figures for $40. Okay, we got 2-packs, $40. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And then we got the odd one out where sometimes they got to make oversized packaging for them. Vehicles generally are $30, stuff like that. So, yeah, the Renew Your Vows, I would wait for it to go on sale a little bit, because $52, it's more than a standard Marvel Legend price. God, Super Luigi fan, I don't remember that character. I really don't. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, Hayden, that's what I'm saying. Like, Mephisto isn't the devil anyway, so what's the holdup? Make a Mephisto. You know, they probably don't want to make him just because, well, if they don't want to make him, it's probably because he looks like the devil. That's the thing. Patrick, hey, how you doing? Cynthia, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of characters they need to make, Cynthia, I agree wholeheartedly. I'm surprised they haven't made a Beta Ray Bill yet. Like, the old Toy Biz one is still a really top-tier action figure. The synth, people are arguing about that? Why are they arguing about that? I mean, Select and Marvel Legends are two completely different lines that have nothing to do with each other. So, if Hasbro wants to make one, they should. And I hope they do. Because it'll probably be much different from the one that Select released. But if you just want to get the Select one, that's fine too. Because sometimes Select makes better stuff. Like, case in point, the Apocalypse that we just talked about a month ago. Big C, I can't see how this mitten box is going to work moving plastic free. You know, we've been talking about that the past couple of weeks, Big C. The mitten box thing is just going to go out the window with a lot of people. Mitten box collectors probably are not going to go for the toys as they are now because, you know, you lose a lot of the enjoyment when you can't look through the window at the action figure. Thor had his own line? No, he didn't have his own line under Toy Biz, Hayden. Fantastic Four had their own line. X-Men had their own line. Spider-Man had his own line. I don't think I'm forgetting any others. I think those are the ones that had individual lines. No, wait, Hulk had his own line too. Okay, so those ones had their own lines. I think that's about it. I think. The Wrecking Crew 4-pack. I don't know if they're gonna make one. Alright guys, let me show you a couple more things here. I got a lot of stuff. Okay, so I got this 20th anniversary Hulk. He was pretty cheap too. He was originally $43. I picked him up for $35, so it turned out to be a pretty decent deal in the end. And I'm fairly happy with him. I record the review footage, so that's why he's out of the package here. And I had a pretty good time doing a bunch of poses and stuff with him, and I'll analyze him a little bit further as I get into my review, but so far I gotta say, you know, if you want to check him out and you don't already have a Hulk, you might be interested in this, guys. Kind of like this one. Yeah. The angry face kind of grew on me, although the bottom lip, like I said in my original Hulk video, is a little, I don't know about that. Because the value of his gums versus his lips are a little too close together, so it kind of blends in with each other. And that makes that head sculpt look a little awkward at some point. Big C says we need a Sabretooth in that VHS series. You know what? If they do a Sabretooth, I hope they do, because people have been wanting it for a while now. What I think of the Galactus unboxing video, Cynthia? I didn't even watch it. I didn't watch it at all. Stephanie, didn't you tell me that Galactus was top heavy when you were watching it? Select Hulk, the Hulk I just showed you here is the 20th anniversary Hulk. Big C. I don't have the Select Hulk. That one is kind of coming and going. It's sometimes available, sometimes not. You kind of just have to get him whenever you see him on sale. Just wait long enough and he'll pop back up for like 35 bucks, I think. So I've even seen him for 30 bucks. Should you pull the trigger on the classic Namor, or should you wait for a new one? Hayden says that he's thinking he shouldn't wait for another Namor, since the fact he's going to be in a movie ups his chance of more figures. Yeah, it's hard to say. If it's a good price, go for it. If it's like blown out of proportions, just wait, because Namor's about to be a lot more well known, and you're probably going to see maybe a couple of action figures of him real soon. If he's like 20 bucks or something still, go for it, Hayden. Okay, we got confirmation from Stephanie here. Yes, Galactus looked a little top heavy. I have not watched the video. I don't know if I'm going to. I'm just not that interested. I didn't buy Galactus. There really was no point in doing so. Because, you know, I don't run this channel at a loss, and Galactus would have set this channel back a lot at the time when I was making those videos. Alright, Cynthia. Cynthia says hey, Masters, good to see you, bro. How you doing? I'm just showing off some of the toys I picked up over the past week, and just felt like sharing with you guys. Alright, Cynthia says she tracked down an Iron Spider yesterday, and she's not being harsh, but that cheap cardboard packaging is... Wait, did you say bubble wrapping? Oh wait, no, you mean like what is he wrapped in, paper or something? They don't do plastic anymore, right? Okay, for 35 bucks. Yeah, 35 bucks is pretty steep for what you're getting for Iron Spider. Now, keep in mind that Iron Spider was released in the Spider-Man Classic series, or was it Spider-Man Classics? Well, it was released in Hasbro's Spider-Man line a decade ago, a little over a decade ago, as just a standard release, and it didn't have some crazy price tag attached to it. It was just standard price along with all the other Spider-Man toys. So why they're selling it for 35 bucks here is another mind-boggling decision for me. Why? There's no reason for it. He should just be standard Marvel Legends price, 25 bucks. If he was 25 bucks, that would be fine. Jacob, it's $31 at Target. Well, Cynthia might live in Canada. Canada pays a premium for this stuff. Big C, which one would you choose out of the two based off reviews? Select our 40th anniversary. Oh, God. Well, if I had to pick, I'd probably go with the Select one, because I really like the sculpt on the Select one better. Plus, the brighter colors really do it for me. The 20th anniversary Hulk that we have here, although I do enjoy him a lot, his colors seem a bit muted. I kind of like that neon green look that you see on the Marvel Select Hulk. And, well, the brighter purple, too. Like, this isn't bad. This is pretty decent, and I enjoy it enough, but I feel like the Select one is more appealing. Ghost Rider looks great. Yeah, we're going to take a look at those picks in a second. I'm just sharing some of my pickups with you guys. I got a few more here, and then we're going to be able to move on to all of our reveals, because, God, there's been a lot of them. Like, there hasn't been much in the way of Marvel Legends recently, just Ghost Rider. But McFarlane has been going overboard, man. I'm begging him for mercy with these reveals. Super Luigi, standard Marvel Legends are 40 to 45 bucks. Where do you live, bro? Because that's that's so expensive. At least if you live here in America, that's brutal. Master, you're gonna wait for Toad Down to come down in price. Yeah, they lowered the price on him a little bit, but not enough for me to go out and get him. Like, on the video that I made about him, there wasn't really enough interest in that video to go after him. Like, that's usually how I judge things. If you guys seem really interested in stuff, then, you know, I'll seek it out. But otherwise, if there's not enough interest, then I have to think twice and say, well, maybe you guys don't really want to see this all that badly. So Toad, if he comes down in price a little bit more, maybe I'll pick him up. Australia. Okay, well that explains a lot, Super Luigi fan, because Australia is Australian prices. Oh, dude, I used to live with a couple of Australian people, and they kept telling me about all the prices in their country. I'm like, I'm just asking them, how do you live? How do you live over there? Where do you guys get money? How do you afford to do anything? They're telling me like it costs 20 bucks to go to the movie or something. I'm like, oh my God. Alright, so here's something I just got today, guys. I got the DC Direct Page Puncher's Batman. Now, this is a little guy. This thing? Oh my God. This is so much smaller than I expected, and I already expected something smaller. He's like 2 inches tall. It's really nuts to look at. I honestly, I don't mind it, but he's so small that I would kind of like these things to be maybe an inch taller, and then I think that it might be worth the 10 bucks. For what it is right here with the little action figure and then the comic book, it's an okay package, but I feel like it's maybe $2 more than it should be. That's what I feel about it right now. Just a little bit bigger action figure, and then I think you'll have something really nice. But otherwise, you know, it's a pretty decent sculpt on the thing. It looks like, you know, Hush Batman, and they did a nice job with it. It's just so small that I don't know. I guess I wasn't expecting it to be that small. Oh, seeing that in the flesh is it's breaking my brain. Alright, Cynthia says, if you have a chance, you'd love to hear a few of your #1 figure of what you want to see revealed during PulseCon end of next month. Someone you think just needs a figure now that you would love. Well, people have been saying Mephisto, and I think that I kind of have to agree with that. Like, Mephisto would be the one to do. Mephisto probably needs a Marvel Legend more than anyone, I think. Other than that, I don't have any that I really need to see off the top of my head. I would like to see maybe a redone Cyber, because I really didn't like the one that was in the Wolverine 5-pack. And Cyber is one of those characters that really needs to have the royal treatment, because he's kind of a big deal to Wolverine. And who else would I like to see? Mephisto and Blackheart 2-pack would be neat. Yeah, Hayden, that would be pretty neat. I wouldn't mind seeing that. I wonder if they'll do it, honestly. Most anticipated release for the rest of the year based off what's been announced. But what has been announced from them? Has Marvel Legends said anything recently? Jacob, you would wait until it because he reuses a lot of old parts. Does he really? I didn't realize he reused so many parts. I know the arms were reused, but I thought that his body was mostly new. I guess I got that wrong. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I don't always get everything right. Jens, it's nice to see you, Jens. You're from Holland, and Iron Spider here is about 47 euros. Yeah, actually, now that you mention a Super Luigi fan, I would really like to see them do a classic Taskmaster too, because it's been a long time since Toy Biz did theirs, and Marvel Select has their own Taskmaster action figure, and it's an exclusive over on Shop Disney for $35, and to be fair, it's a really good Taskmaster action figure. It's like the best Taskmaster you could ever hope for. I would love to see that. Who else would we love to see? I don't know. Off the top of my head, I can't think of it too many people right now that I would really need to have. Hello there, Leviathan. It's nice to see you. How you doing over there? Cynthia, I appreciate you so much. You aren't fake and try to act better than everyone with promotions or try to keep paid promotion to the point it's aggravating. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. I try not to pull the wool over anyone's eyes or, you know, feed you a bunch of nonsense or anything like that. I try to just keep it real around here. Okay, guys. I'm thinking about what I would like to see from Marvel Legends, and if I had to say anything, I would like to see some more Spider-Man villains, because Spider-Man villains are, you know, there's just a lot of them I would love to see more of. Like, I would love to see a good Chameleon. Like, a really nice one. I would love to see Kraven the Hunter done up right. I'd like to see a redo on the Green Goblin, because the last one had a head sculpt that was kind of mid. Like, the eyes on it looked really weird to me. Can we agree that the Phantom Stranger is the most mysterious character in DC? Well, yes, Leviathan, I think we can. Caretaker Ghost Rider? You know, I kind of wonder what they're going to do with all the retro Ghost Rider stuff, Leviathan. Not sure. I don't know what their plans are, but you know what? It'll be exciting to see if they got anything planned. The arms aren't pinless. Okay. Yeah, it was weird to me that the arms were not pinless while the knees were. I don't know why they made that choice. Okay, it uses Superior Spider-Man arms. Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I didn't know if they were Superior Spider-Man or not, but I know they were for something around there. You know, I've been seeing a lot of people, Jen, saying that they want to see a Spot. And what is it with the Spot that everyone likes so much? Why does everyone want to see the Spot so badly? Because I have other characters in my head that I want to see more, like Tombstone and, well, like I said, Kraven the Hunter, a redone one, a new one that looks really top-notch, really choice. And Mandrake, I sort of know who he is. I haven't thought about him in a long time, but I believe you. Here, let me show you guys the last few pickups that I got, guys. Alright, so Target recently has been getting a few more of their Starro-Wave Crime Syndicate action figures in for DC Multiverse. So, of course, I had to get the newest ones. I got Superwoman right here, looking really nice, really good sculpt on this one here. Let me see if I can get it so there's not a glare on that. That's a little difficult, but Yeah, it's a little difficult. Okay, there she is. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Yeah. She's got a big old piece of Starro there, and boy, does he look creepy. Like, the sculpt on this thing is insane. And then I also got Owlman, because he's out now, and, well, I like him. You know what? I said some things about Owlman where I said that he didn't look as nice, but, you know, once you get him in person, guys, he actually looks a lot nicer. And I notice this a lot with some of the DC Multiverse stuff, and even Marvel Legends, that when you get them in person, they tend to look so much nicer sometimes. Both of these are so good, and even Ultraman that I thought looked kind of when I got them, God, these were so good. Like, this is turning out to be a pretty top-notch wave of DC Multiverse Collect and Connect. You guys should check these out if you haven't already. Whew. I hope when I get them out of the box that they look even better. You know how it is, guys. Sometimes you'll get stuff and it'll look pretty good in the box, but then, you know, you open up and it turns out, ooh, those are not as nice as I thought they would be. Okay, so, what do we got here? Hayden says Spot's going to be in Across the Spider-Verse. I just hope Across the Spider-Verse is going to be good. Who knows? Gavin, it's nice to see you. You're morbing too hard. It's okay, man. Sometimes you just gotta morb, am I right, bro? Doc Samson. Doc Samson would be awesome to see, gents. I'd love to see that. Big Bad had Firelord available. Okay, that's cool, Master. Am I gonna review the Big Bane action figure? You know, I would love to do more of the mega figures. I'm probably gonna get Bane soon, Cynthia. Todd has just been putting out so many mega figures recently that it's kind of doing me in. I think I might have to focus on the Batman characters because he's been putting out so many mega figures. He's killing me over here. Oh, hey, and Morbius is going to be in a Lego set. Oh, that's sweet. Hey guys, we're finally going to get our Morb on. Morbius is finally coming, baby. Blaze, it's good to see you, brother. I'm glad you're here, man. I saw your shorts. By the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed to Blaze the Bandit yet, he just started up his channel. He's got 20 subscribers right now. If he gets to 50, he's going to do a big Spawn collection video. He's got a couple of shorts up on his channel as it is. Guys, go check his channel out. Go subscribe to him. He's a good friend here, and he joins us on the round table. He's been joining us on the round table for the past couple of streams. Am I a horror fan at all, Cynthia? Why, yes I am. Actually, I am. I really like horror movies. Yeah, I'm kind of a sucker for the 80s horror movies because I just love the cheese. Oh my god, the cheese is it's so wonderful. Like, the last one I watched was this movie called Schizoid. It has Klaus Kinski in it, and it was actually a pretty good movie, I thought. I really didn't expect much from it, but it kept me guessing the whole time. Morbing hard for the Hot Toys. I mean, I'm not going to buy Hot Toys, gens. Hot Toys are just too much. There's not enough reward for all the risk you got to take on them. You know what I mean? They cost so much money, and then I'm not going to get anywhere near the number of views needed to cover the price of the toy. That's just the reality of it. My thoughts on the NECA Predator figures. I don't keep a lot of tabs on NECA, Jacob, but from every so often I see stuff from NECA, and I think that all of NECA's products they look pretty good. They seem like they put a lot of effort into what they do. I've seen a lot of their Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, and those look like they're pretty decent action figures, and I've seen some of the Predator ones, and it seems like you're getting a lot of bang for your buck. Alright, here's my last... Is this my last one? Yeah, okay, this is my last pickup that I got, guys, over the past week. I got the Dark Knight Returns Superman, picked him up for a discount, and yeah, he actually turned out pretty good. Like, I wasn't really sure if I wanted this one because of the side eyes, but looking at him, he's not that bad. He's not, the side eyes don't kill it too much. The side eyes are very slight. They're not so bad that they distract you on this one. Blaze, I still gotta get Batman, bro. That's the last one I gotta get. I got all the other ones, but I gotta get Batman. I know you told me that the Batman was your favorite one, right? And I believe you on that one, because the Batman one looks like a great action figure. I just haven't gotten it yet. Thanks, Who Me Never. Really appreciate that. Glad to have you here, dude. Cynthia, you found big Clayface for 13 bucks. Oh, that's a good deal. Oh yeah, you gotta jump on that all day, every day. Okay, you're gonna show me your setup? That's sweet, man. I would love to see your setup, Blaze. Yeah, guys. Once again, go subscribe right now. It just takes a second. Go subscribe to Blaze. Let's get him to 50, guys. He's at 20. Let's bump it up higher. Jacob, newest favorite YouTuber? I really appreciate that, bro. Thanks for being here, dude. Gavin, those Dark Knight Returns figures are amazing. Todd's team knocked the likenesses out of the park. Absolutely. I want to see more of them, honestly. I want to see more characters from the story, because these are so good. Like, even with the side-eye stuff, Superman looks incredible, dude. What? Sometimes McFarlane turns in stuff that is kind of but most of the time he turns in action figures that are absolutely incredible. Like the Starro Wave, incredible. Dark Knight Returns Wave, it's incredible, man. Oh God, I just get so excited about DC Multiverse. I can't help myself. I love DC Multiverse. I never saw myself being this excited about DC toys, but after McFarlane picked up the license, oh my God, it's so much better now. Cynthia, have I watched She-Hulk? Yes, I have. I like She-Hulk. So far I'm really enjoying it. It's about as good as all the other Marvel stuff, and generally I like the Marvel stuff for what it is. Just a lot of people have been saying bad things about She-Hulk, but I don't see any difference between it and the rest of it. It's entertaining. It's like eating candy. Don't go into expecting art. Hayden, you wish Hasbro would make Demon Biker Goon figures like from the one Ghost Rider game and the Marvel Plug and Play game? Oh, I never played those. Never, ever, ever. Unfortunately. I heard about the Ghost Rider game though. I'd kind of love to take a crack at it. And Blaze says he can't wait for the new Supergirl. Ooh. Actually, have there been pictures of the new Supergirl, Blaze? Because I went looking for them last night after Stephanie told us that Dr. Fate and Supergirl were going to be the next two action figures in the DC Direct Page Punchers wave, but I couldn't find anything, so I'm not even sure it's real. Fantastic Four Retro Wave 2. You know, I don't think we're going to see any more of it. I'm not sure if we are. Because we already got like a Wave 2, didn't we? Or did we? Yeah, I think the last wave was Wave 2. And then I think that Firelord's probably going to be the last one. Love She-Hulk. Yeah, I like She-Hulk too. Honestly, if I had done She-Hulk, I don't know that I would have cast Tatiana Mansley. Because, I don't know, I just look at her and I'm not thinking to myself, yeah, that's She-Hulk. Maybe Alison Brie a few years ago would have made a really good She-Hulk, I think. But, you know, for what it is, I enjoy the show. Blastar and Annihilus. God. Yeah, same, Blaze. Alison Brie was like the picture-perfect She-Hulk to me. Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe can play anything, my type of life. Willem Dafoe has got the chops, baby. Big C, would I want Azrael Batman? Definitely. I think that Azrael Batman action figure Big C has one of the best sculpts I've seen in the DC Multiverse line. It is exactly correct. Perfect sculpt. The paint apps, he's missing paint apps on his claws, but the sculpt is just... forget about it. They nailed it, bro. Have I watched Robbie Reyes and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I have not seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Jens, unfortunately.
Right there. I'm in.
Hey, thanks for subbing, Kenny. Really appreciate that. Oh, God. Oh, guys, can you tell me why everyone wants She-Hulk to be a painted-up bodybuilder? What is going on that everyone wants Lou Ferrigno but She-Hulk? Like in 2021, we don't do that painted up stuff anymore, man. Everything is CGI. Did anyone really expect to see to not see CGI She-Hulk? Like, imagine if they did paint up a bodybuilder and put her on the screen. It would look ridiculous in 2022. It already looked silly in the 70s. But you accepted it because it was the 70s, bro. The Penguin already makes a perfect She-Hulk, my type of life. You're absolutely correct. Oh, God. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Did that... Wait. I never saw any of this stuff. You guys are talking about China? I didn't realize anything like that was a thing. Oh, no. I don't even want to Google it. I'm afraid. Oh, God. I learned things today I didn't want to learn, bro. Oh, no. Aiden, would you ever want to see more from the universe of the 1978 Hulk show? Or should they just leave it as is? They should just leave it as is. They should leave it alone. I don't even know what they would do with it. Like, maybe if they did some animation or something, but, you know, Bill Bixby's been dead for 30 years, and Lou Ferrigno's really old now, so I think they should just let it go. And, it's better just to go back and watch the show and enjoy it for what it was, I think. I still have a few, episodes of that. I have the one with Daredevil and Hulk. I have those, movies, made-for-TV movies that they made, and they're pretty enjoyable. Did I see the new Penguin? Yeah, I did, Big C, and we're going to talk about that today. We got a lot of stuff to look at. As a matter of fact, we should probably get to it. 5'2" She-Hulk. Wait, is Tatiana Mansley 5'2"? Well, I guess she kind of has to be, because isn't Mark Ruffalo taller than her, and Mark Ruffalo's only like 5'7"? Mark Ruffalo really is not a big dude. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing a David Banner and Lou Ferrigno Hulk Marvel Legend pack blaze. I think that'd be cool. I wouldn't mind them going back and looking at some of the older media that we have of all the Marvel licenses and just doing a bunch of stuff with it, of course. You know, barely anyone is going to recognize what those things are, except for a very select few, like you and me and a handful of other people. Indeed, gents. Arkham City, Batman, McFarlane 2020. Yeah, I would say go ahead and get it, my type of life. Because the Arkham City wave looks pretty tight. I think that the Arkham City wave is definitely worth getting. I was looking over it, and we were talking about it last week, and each action figure's kind of a good one. Real bangers in this wave. You watched the Hulk show since you were a kid, Gavin, and they showed reruns in the 2000s. Yeah, I remember they used to show reruns on the Sci-Fi Channel and stuff. Haven't seen the show in forever, though. I wonder if it's streaming anywhere. Does anyone know if the Hulk show is streaming anywhere at the moment? Because I might want to check it out, just because I haven't really seen much of it. My type of life. Yeah, I've seen them, and we're going to talk about them today. You are talking about the DC Direct Page Puncher stuff, right? Big C, did I pre-order the 2-pack with Doc Ock? I did not. And I don't think a lot of other people got to pre-order it either. The one with Silk, that one was out of stock pretty much immediately over on Amazon, and then it never got restocked. It never did. So most people didn't get it. I think bots just bought all of them. I didn't really want it anyway, because I want a Doc Ock with bendable tentacles, and we weren't going to get that with that 2-pack, so I'm holding out for a Doc Ock that's got the bendy tentacles. And I hope they deliver. God, really hope. When was the last Hulk-themed Marvel Legend anyway? Oh, well, there's the 20th anniversary one. The one that we were just talking about. This one right here. This one was released early on this year, and it was revealed back in December. Granted, it's a repaint of the, it's a repaint of the Hulk that was released in the 2-pack with Wolverine a while ago, but still, it was made. You guys just want Spider-Man Spot. God. I don't even know, guys. Spider-Man spot. I'm just so surprised. There. Let's take a good look at what's going on with stuff. Okay, let's take a look at some of the toys that have been revealed recently. You'd watch an adult video? Oh my god, Cynthia. Blaze says that the Hulk 20th anniversary is sick, but isn't top the Toy Biz Face-Off. The Toy Biz Face-Off is like one of the best sculpts I have ever seen. I actually did a comparison a little bit during the movie where I, or not the movie, but I'm just what am I thinking? I did it. When I recorded my video, I did a little bit of a comparison between the 20th anniversary Hulk and the Face-Off Hulk. And the Face-Off Hulk is incredible. $70 Big C for Kingpin Retro card. Oh my god. When it came out, it was only $35. So that got jacked up bad. Yeah, Gavin, I would not say no. Never say never when it comes to Marvel Legends, because sometimes the team surprises you. We've been having kind of a dry spell of Marvel Legends reveals recently, but I'm hoping that we're going to see something real soon. Lighter fluid? No, it's not a lighter fluid. I would not be alive if I were drinking lighter fluid, Cynthia.
Stop right there. I'm in.
Hey, thanks for subscribing, Cynthia. That really means a lot. I appreciate that. D. McFarlane. Yeah, see, D, that's what I'm talking about when I talk about DC Multiverse. DC Multiverse sculpts remind me of the Toy Biz Legends texture and detail. That's exactly it. That's why I'm so excited about these, is because I finally have that feeling again. Like, I've gone 15 years without having that feeling like I had with Toy Biz's Marvel Legends, and now that I picked up these DC Multiverse toys, I got that feeling again. It's like one of the best feelings in the world, where you hold something, it looks like a character you know and love, and it looks like it just stepped right off the page of the comic books, and you can't help but love it. That's what it feels like, and God, I missed that so much. I never for a decade, I didn't realize how much I missed it. I don't have Bane yet, Big C. Really want to get him though, because he looks awesome. I meant to get him, and I might still get him, actually. I might still get him. It's just gotten away from me recently. It's hard to describe things like that, but sometimes things just get in the way. Hey, and you just paid $76 for Retro Kingpin? Oh my god, $76. Wow. Guys, what's going on? You guys, what's going on that we're paying $75 for Kingpin? What's going on with Kingpin recently? Alright, so let's talk about Ghost Rider here, guys. So I have to imagine that a lot of us were... Oh, okay, yeah, Big C, that makes sense. With this Ghost Rider, guys, they were teasing Ghost Rider stuff, and they said that they had an appetizer for us. And I thought that maybe they would reveal something, another clue, or maybe an accessory or something that we were going to see with the Haslab Ghost Rider. But obviously that didn't turn out to be the case. Instead, we got a retro card Ghost Rider reveal with Johnny Blaze. And this one is a reuse of the body from the Rhino wave back in 2015. It's a repaint, and it was also used in the deluxe motorcycle set of Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider a while ago too. So we're seeing this one repainted, and this one has a new head. I think it might have some new hands, and it's got that chain accessory. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Big C. They gave us the Ghost, but no Rider. Now, you guys, if you remember the retro Ghost Rider wave from the 90s, I'm not sure how many of us do, but there was a Ghost Rider wave from the 90s that had the same kind of packaging design that you see on what they're doing here with Ghost Rider. And those toys, they had a lot of the same characters like Johnny Blaze and Vengeance and Danny Ketch, and, you know, it was Ghost Rider. Yeah, guys, don't worry about the price right now. Don't pay scalpers for your toys if you can help it. Just keep your eyes peeled, look for those deals. No one gives a shit, First Class. Anyway, Bane will show up in stores, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't pay scalper prices. $40 is what you want to pay for him. He'll show up again. Bane is brand spanking new. What can I say, gents? Sometimes I just tell it like it is. Let's see, Big C says, I don't get how we are still getting plastic retro cards in this new plastic free. It's weird. Like they just did new stuff on windowed packaging. And I imagine we're going to talk about that in our roundtable tonight, guys, because we've talked about it the past couple of weeks, but it feels like it's very relevant to the discussion today because we're just getting a new retro card. Honestly, Cynthia, I'm always going to push for new sculpts all the time. People say I'm unreasonable for it, but you know, I look at what they're doing with Fortnite. I look at what they're doing with G.I. Joe. I look at what they're doing with all their other waves or all their other lines. And it seems like all the other lines are getting new sculpt after new sculpt after new sculpt. And I see what McFarlane's doing, and I say to myself, they could be doing a lot more new sculpts than what they are doing with Marvel Legends. So I'm going to say I want to see a new sculpt for Daredevil, and that's just the way that's how I'm going to do it. Daredevil to me is a really important character, and he should have his own sculpt. Daredevil to me is a top tier Marvel character now. His stock in Marvel Universe has increased heavily ever since he got his own TV show. It increased when Frank Miller wrote him, but then it increased even more when the Netflix series came out. Retro Luke Cage. You know, I would love to see an updated Luke Cage Super Luigi fan. I have the one that Toy Biz made way back when, but obviously, like I say, it's been a long time. So it'd be great to see a new one. Jen, I agree with you wholeheartedly. All my friends from up in Canada even, and overseas, I know you guys have got it rough with Marvel Legends because the prices are getting out of hand. And it's no picnic for us in America either because, you know, wages being what they are here in America, sometimes we don't have a lot of disposable income, so the prices hit us pretty hard too. I get frustrated by Marvel Legends sometimes. An MCU Darkseid figure. Yeah, you know what's funny, Death Motion, with the way that HBO or Warner Brothers Discovery is handling all their properties right now, it wouldn't shock me if Disney acquired DC at some point in the near future. Hayden, Hayden says here they decided to keep retro cards with plastic, mostly because of the Star Wars Vintage Collection 3.75 inch line, which is massively successful. So, I guess what the gist of this is here is that they're really not
Stop right there. I'm in.
Thanks for subbing, Basir. Really appreciate that. Okay, Hayden, I think what the gist of this is here is that I'm not sure Hasbro is actually super serious about going green. It seems like they're just going green where it's convenient for the PR purposes, and then keeping everything right where it is, where they're making a neat and tidy profit. Gavin, I would like to see Danny Ketch too, because my Danny Ketch, I have the Series 3 Danny Ketch from Toy Biz, but that one was a total turd of an action figure, and the shoulder on that one actually snapped off while I was posing it for a new video that I'm working on. And unfortunately, I'm probably gonna have to glue that on and just place him on his bike and just let him be where it is. I hope I get, you know what, Cynthia? I hope I get a line of action figures of my own someday, and if I do, I'll let you guys all know about it. Here, let's take a few more looks at some of the pictures from Ghost Rider here. There he is with his new head sculpt, guys. Hammerhead is one of the best figures in Marvel Legends history. Yeah, he looks alright for a new head sculpt on top of Happy Hogan. Big C asks, could Hasbro ever abandon the windowless packaging? If it hits their profits hard enough, they will backpedal. Now, I'm trying not to swear too much on this stream, but we'll say this. Money talks, and BS walks. That's what I like to say, Big C. And if it hits their profits hard enough, they will backpedal so fast they'll leave a tire track on the lawn if they're not making enough money. I think what we have to remember is that first and foremost, they are a corporation. And what do corporations do? They're in the business of making money. Alright guys, check out that close-up of Ghost Rider. I agree wholeheartedly, my type of life. Marvel Legends absolutely needs to step up their game with Spider-Man action figures. They really gotta step it up because McFarlane wiped the floor with them in North America last year. And that surprised me. Outselling Marvel Legends, you know that the higher-ups at Hasbro have to not be very happy about that. Imagine losing ground to McFarlane Toys, a company with a fraction of the resources you have. Imagine the embarrassment that you must feel from that, considering that Hasbro is the #1 action figure manufacturer in the world. They got all the resources you could possibly ever need, and yet, in North America, US and Canada, they still get beaten by the Todd father. They gotta step up the quality on some of these, man. Yeah, that's the thing too, Big C. How many new sculpts do you see from McFarlane? It seems like he's always coming up with them. There's a little bit of reuse, sure. But most of the time when he's reusing things, it's character specific, and that's the difference here. Like, he makes a good Flash action figure. You might see that on Reverse Flash and Wally West, but you don't see it all across the entire line. He doesn't use it for Batman or anything. Batman's got his own sculpt, and sometimes he reuses the same Batman sculpt, and that makes sense because, well, when you got a good sculpt, you don't really have to reinvent the wheel again and again and again. You just tweak it a little bit. Yeah, D. That's what I'm saying too. His third year with the license, and my god, things have gotten really good. Like, the first year was a little rough. Third year is amazing. Second year was already getting better. Like, we had a little bit of a rough start of the Mega figures, but recently the new Mega figures have been just bangers. I don't know what else to say about them. My type of life, you're only getting Marvel Legends if they're on clearance. Yeah, I'm kind of at the same point too. Death motion. McFarlane started out a little rough, but now that they've hit their stride, things are really, really good. Jay, it's good to see you, man. How you doing? My type of life, I tend to get Marvel Legends on clearance too, depending on the action figure. Like, if there's something that gets a lot of views and people really want to see it, but it's really expensive, I might wait for clearance and then I'll get it. But if it's like standard price and people really, really want to see it, then maybe I'll get it. Like, a good example there would be Amazing Fantasy Spider-Man. I got that one. People really want to see that one. And then I was going to get the 90s animated Spider-Man, but obviously that didn't happen because Walmart's going to Walmart. Here, let me change photos here, guys. Take yourselves another look at Ghost Rider over here and feast your eyes on that. That's what the close-up of the new mid-transformation head sculpt looks like. Big C, I actually thought that the Thor figure was pretty good. I didn't think it was bad at all. I'm kind of surprised that it is peg-warming too, but I'm guessing that Thor just isn't that popular of a character by comparison to some of the other ones. And maybe people just aren't into the Ragnarok thing. Oh, you're off, Jens? Alright. Well, I'm glad that you were here while you could be, gents. Maybe I'll see you again sometime. Patrick, you got the Diamond Select She-Hulk? Ooh, nice, nice. I don't think I've seen the Diamond Select She-Hulk. I didn't even know they had a Diamond Select She-Hulk. Or maybe I did and I just forgot. D says that McFarlane reminds me of when Mattel makes a specific body for a WWE wrestler and uses it for only that wrestler. Jack Specific used to have Rey Mysterio have the same body as The Undertaker. Well, there's a reason that Jack Specific lost that license. God. I remember those old wrestler toys from Jack Specific. They were terrible. They're so bad. Oh, jeez. And Mattel, for what it's worth, Mattel, I don't talk about Mattel because Mattel is perma-banned here because of the shenanigans they pulled on Collect Jurassic a little while ago. But for what it's worth, they are doing better work than they were on DC Universe and DC Multiverse when they had the license. Big C, am I going to get the Select Red Hulk? I don't think so, because it doesn't seem like there's been a lot of interest in that one. You're going to head out, Super Luigi? Alright, I'll see you soon, man. Hope to see you again soon. Jay says, you know what grinds my gears? Hasbro's been sitting on the interest gained by my Galactus funding. I haven't seen a penny's worth coming your way. Yeah, that's kind of what they do with the Haslabs. That's about the essence of a Haslab, where they collect your money a year ahead of time, and then they put it in the bank, and they just sit on that interest. And because it is like, what? Millions of dollars? They're getting a ton of interest off of that. Oh, God. Big C, that Symbiote Pack sold out fast. Yeah, it did. And I don't think it's going to get back in stock. It's probably going to be just like the Doc Ock 2-pack. Cynthia, you wish Hasbro got the license for Sonic the Hedgehog? Sonic would be cool to see. Is Sonic popular now? Because I know Sonic wasn't, like... I don't know if he was in the public eye for the longest time. Well, he had 2 movies, and they weren't bad. So maybe he's doing a little bit better now than I initially realized. My Type of Life. You did get it. Okay, you got it. Nice. Yeah, a lot of people were really into that 2-pack. Okay, that's the last picture of the new Ghost Rider that was revealed, guys. So, I think we're all in agreement at this point that the Haslab is going to be Robbie Reyes and his Dodge Charger. I don't think there's any mistaking that's what that's going to be. Obviously, if it's not the case, I will be very surprised, but I'm feeling pretty comfortable on that. Haslab predictions. Yeah, it's going to be Robbie Reyes. It's almost definitely going to be him, and if it isn't, I will be shocked. Shocked, I say. You have the No Way 3-pack. Gonna take a year. Oh my god, a year to come out. That's so much. I thought that they were already in production. Or not in production, but I thought that they were halfway through making them, because it takes about a year from concept to manufacture to put them out. Well, that's kind of where I'm at too, Jay. Like, if we're talking about a Dodge Charger with Robbie Reyes, like, do we really need a Haslab for that? Do we need a Haslab for a Robbie Reyes Charger? It's just like the Hiss tank. There's no reason those can't be sold in stores. Because the main argument for a Haslab is, oh, we have this to have collectibles that could not make it to store shelves in any other way. And am I supposed to believe that vehicles cannot make it to store shelves? Vehicles that size, they're not that big. So it doesn't make sense to me anymore. Hayden says he wish Hasbro would stop trying to make a cinematic universe and sell Micronauts and ROMs Space Knight to Marvel permanently, so we can get Marvel Legends of them, and James Gunn could put ROM in the MCU. Yeah, they're not going to sell their properties off. It would be fun, Hayden, but I don't see it happening. Hasbro, they want to hold on to all their original IPs. If anything, they'll probably try to revive them sooner or later. Exactly, D. McFarlane has the Batmo Beast on store shelves, and it is a monster, and like a $90 monster. Am I supposed to believe that a Dodge Charger with an action figure can't make it on store shelves if the Batmo Beast can make it on store shelves? That's what we gotta do when we look at this type of thing. We have to look at what else is out there from other brands, specifically their most direct competitors, and say to ourselves, okay, what are they doing? And they're doing something comparable. Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense anymore, does it? Maybe they're planning the Haslab Ghost Rider to be a multi-pack, says Derek. Okay, well, I see a lot of people saying that, Derek. And I'm just going to say what I've been saying. Temper your expectations on it. A lot of people think that there's going to be a bunch of Ghost Riders. I don't think there is. I think it's just going to be Robbie Reyes and the Charger. And maybe some special effects and stuff as tiers. Eddie says, Toys R Us probably would have been the toy store they would sell them at, but since they got shut down in the US, they can't sell them anymore. Yes, that is a problem. Man, Toys R Us, the loss of Toys R Us is honestly one of the biggest blows to collecting action figures of the past decade. Because Toys R Us, for all of its faults, was an invaluable store. And without it, things have gotten much more difficult because, you know, it's to have a store that specializes in toys, it makes all the difference in the world because you can go there and they have so much that you might be able to find something, even if it is, you know, a little above the prices of all the other stores. Big C says every vehicle you've seen from McFarlane has gone the deep clearance. Maybe it's too much real estate. Maybe he's just making things that people aren't that interested in. I don't know. You know, all the stuff that these guys make eventually goes to clearance anyhow. There's so much McFarlane product on the shelves that I imagine it's hard to sell all of it all the time. That would justify a Haslab price? Okay. So we think that there's going to be a Ghost Rider Charger, Ghost Rider Helicopter, Ghost Rider Submarine. Eddie. The Batman car, I wasn't the biggest fan of the Batman movie in general. And I wasn't the biggest fan of the Batman Batmobile. A lot of people love the Batman, but I kind of just thought it was alright. Like, I wasn't in love with the movie or anything. I'd watch a sequel. But if they don't make a sequel, I'm not really going to be sad about it either. My type of life, you still have a Toys R Us gift card? Well, maybe if you go to Canada, you can still use it, because Canada is pretty much the only place that still has Toys R Us. Actually, I could go to Toys R Us in Canada, but I would have to pay customs probably on the toys coming back into America if I went there. Cynthia, you still go back and watch my Galactus videos? I'm actually surprised that anyone's watching those Galactus videos, because I don't know. The Galactus videos were fun. I know I made one that got people all riled up because I was just having a laugh about what my girlfriend said about Galactus, and people got really mad at that one. That was funny. They got so mad they made a hate thread about me on Reddit. That was awesome. It even came with a really cool meme. I made a t-shirt out of it even. Which, by the way, is available on my merch store, guys. Yeah, I agree, D. Batman was 7 out of 10. That sounds about right to me. Hasbro sold a snow speeder for $125 in 2020. They could totally put a muscle car on a store shelf. Okay, so we got confirmation from Hayden here that they sold a snow speeder for $125. And recently they've been selling that Fortnite motorboat for what, $78 or something? Yeah, they could probably get a Dodge Charger with Robbie Reyes on store shelves. I don't think it's too much of a stretch. So I don't know how I feel about this Haslab right now. Like, Robbie Ray's Ghost Rider and a Dodge Charger, it's not one that I'm really excited about, and it feels like... I said earlier that I don't think that Ghost Rider has enough stock to really pull off a Haslab. Oh, I didn't forget about the Eddie, I didn't forget about the Black Series TIE Fighter, I just didn't know about it. Because I pay literally no attention to Star Wars toys. I'm just not a big Star Wars guy. To be perfectly honest, guys, I think that Star Wars is pretty mid compared to Star Trek. Okay, so Cynthia, I really thought that for a Haslab they might have gone with Fin Fang Foom this time. Fin Fang Foom, I think a lot of people know about. They did a Build-A-Figure of him way back in like 2008 or something. And I wouldn't mind seeing a new one. I wonder that too, Stephanie, what the tiers are going to be. The Celestials, I don't think they're going to do anything with those, because no one knows who they are, really. It'd be cool to see them, but Living Tribunal, he'd be even bigger than Galactus, probably, and... I mean, that's too much. We'll never see it. I think the biggest they could possibly do with these Haslabs is Galactus, because at that point, it's like, it's the size of a small child, man. Even the Sentinel was already shaping up to be a bit much. Building these things to scale is nuts. Like, just think about the USS Flag from G.I. Joe from way back in '85, and how big that was, and even that was scaled down. That thing was huge, and if they had built it to scale, it would have been 65 feet long or something. Oh my... Big C asks, how does Spider-Man become a Walmart exclusive? Your guess is as good as mine, Big C. I wish I had the answers for that. They've been making all kinds of bird brain decisions where they've been making characters like the Lizard Walmart exclusives and Spider-Man a Walmart exclusive. And then the fan channel exclusives with all the Spider-Man stuff. Spider-Man is the biggest character they have, and they're making it as hard as possible to get him. Like, even Rhino was harder to get than he should have been. And there's no reason for it, because Spider-Man is your most popular IP over at Marvel. So obviously you want to do, you just make them a general release, all of them. And watch that money roll in, bro. Yeah, exactly. Walmart exclusives, they're Scalper's Delight, that's what I call them. That 90s animated Spider-Man, I don't know if we're ever going to see it again. That might have been the only day we're going to see it, and if that's the case, then that's brutal. Missed opportunity to put Ant-Man at the 12-inch line when it was around. Yeah, I guess that was a missed opportunity, Cynthia. I would not mind seeing a Giant Man Haslab if they're going to do a Haslab. Well, I know what I say about Haslabs, but it just would have been nice to see something, I don't know, a little bit more recognition than Robbie Ray's. What do you think about which do you think should get a 60th anniversary program next year? Iron Man or X-Men? I don't know, Hayden. Like, X-Men are not as popular as they were in the 90s, I've noticed. Like, I've done a lot of different X-Men content on this channel, and the only one that really gets any traction is Wolverine. So if they did a 60th anniversary X-Men thing, Hayden, then we would probably see a lot of Wolverine. So I guess you gotta pick your poison here. Do you want a lot of Wolverine, or do you want a lot of Iron Man? Personally, I wouldn't mind seeing a lot of Iron Man stuff and a lot of old retro-style Iron Man villains and supporting characters. Because I feel like we've gotten a lot of X-Men stuff, but I wouldn't mind seeing Iron Man at all. Best case scenario, they do both. I'd be kind of into that, because I like X-Men and I like Iron Man. But neither one is anywhere near as popular as Spider-Man. And I'm going off of my initial... So, just case in point here, with the 90s animated line, I make a lot of videos about those, but the only one that did really, really well was Wolverine. The Wolverine one got a lot of views, a lot of watch hours. All the rest of them, they're okay, nothing special. And then Iron Man he didn't get all that many views either. So I would lean toward Wolverine if I had to choose one or the other. Did I get VHS Wolverine? Why, Big C? Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I was showing him off earlier. Here he is. I'm going to be doing a review of this guy real soon, Big C, so keep your eyes peeled. I'll probably post it on my I'll post it on my members-only Discord to let you guys know when it's ready. So all of our members will be good and ready to see that review. I got a lot of stuff to get to. I'm currently working on the Hulk, but I'm thinking Wolverine's probably going to be next, and then Rhino. Razor's Edge Radio asks, is She-Hulk Abomination figure a possibility? Absolutely. Abomination is kind of a big Hulk villain. And I've been telling you guys again and again and again, I think what's happening with She-Hulk is that they're angling to replace Mark Ruffalo's character with She-Hulk so they can make movies featuring her. Because they can't do it with the Hulk because Universal still has the distribution rights to Hulk. So, they're not going to let anything get released. So we will probably see Abomination. He'll probably be one of her arch enemies along with Titania and whoever else. Gavin, Iron Man has so many suits you can make legends of. Yeah, that's why back in the Toy Biz day, they're constantly doing action figures of Wolverine and Iron Man to fill out their lines and get some toys moving off the shelves. They relied a lot on Iron Man and Wolverine back then. Oh boy, did they ever. If I had, you know what, I'm kind of a fan of the Hulkbuster armor that Toy Biz made way back when, Gavin. That one was awesome. That was such a fun toy. It even had a Tony Stark head sculpt when you lifted up the helmet. It was so cool. Would you rather get the Marvel Legends No Way Home 3-pack, My Type of Life ask, or a different brand for the No Way Home Spideys? I would rather just get the Marvel Legends one. Yeah. I thought they were all pretty good action figures. Obviously, the Tom Holland one they could have done something more with that than they did. But overall, I think they're pretty decent action figures. You got 2 VHS Wolverines, Eddie. Sold them both. Alright. I have no idea if it's any good or not. I have to open it up and review it still. Do you collect Mezco figures at all? No, there's too much. They just cost too much, and like I say, like I tell everyone here, I don't run this channel at a loss, so there's a risk versus reward with getting these action figures. And Mezco does beautiful work, so that's not knocking them at all, but they just cost too much to make it worth my time to review them. Or, well, I could talk about them, I suppose, but sometimes there's just so much out there that it gets away from me. I don't usually talk about boutique action figures. I usually talk about the more affordable stuff that average Joe is going to be looking at. Usually that revolves around Diamond Select, that revolves around Marvel Legends, DC Multiverse, and DC Direct, as well as, you know, all the kids stuff that they have out there. Because they, you know, Spin Masters has been doing some pretty good work with the DC brand too. And I haven't really gone into Fisher-Price because it's a Mattel thing recently. Or, well, not recently. It's Fisher-Price is a Mattel brand. I haven't done a lot with them, but I do have some other stuff, and I'll probably talk about that in the near future. Hey, Rewind, how's it going, brother? It's good to see you, man. Blaze just wants an updated... Blaze wants an updated Spider-Man. Yeah, I'd be down with that. I'm always down with Spider-Man. Spider-Man and Batman are moneymakers, and I'm always happy to talk about them. You have the Pizza Spidey? Oh, wow. I actually wouldn't mind having that one just to have it, you know? It's too expensive now, though. Will we see a review of Firelord? Probably not, Cosmic Mike, because there wasn't a lot of interest in him. it didn't really seem like that video only got maybe 2,500 views, so it didn't really seem that people really wanted to see him all that badly. If I were to get any action figure from the video that I made about the Instagram reveals that we saw, I would get Firelord, but yeah, people weren't really watching it, so I'm not sure it's going to be worth the time. Used to have some Mescos, but you got worried about the cloth material over time, D? You know, why were you worried about the cloth material? Was it, like, cheap or something? Masters of the Universe fan? Yeah, I don't really do anything with Masters of the Universe, Cynthia. I don't know anything about them, but I'm glad that you're enjoying them. Death of the Family Joker. Oh yeah, that one reuses that Joker body, right? It's a pretty good Joker body, though. And the head sculpt on that is really creepy. Oh my god. You should review it ASAP, because of now, there's only 2 from super small channels. Review who, Cynthia? Firelord? I don't think that I'm gonna get enough money to make it worth the time for Firelord. Okay, Blaze, you have the Masters of the Universe collection. The Mondo figures look sick. I don't know anything about them. So, that's all you, Blaze. Alright, we talked about the Haslab a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about Diamond Select now, I think. Because, I don't know if you guys realize, but the new Beta Ray Bill, based on the Donny Cates story, is available for pre-order. Oh, you're just worried about threading? Yeah, I get that. I understand. I would be worried about that too if I paid a lot of money for a really expensive action figure, you know? So check out Beta Ray Bill here, guys. This one, like I told you guys, is based off of the Donny Cates story. This is not a classic Beta Ray Bill, but it is some very cool work that we're seeing here. Like this sculpt, like a lot of what Diamond Select does, is really choice stuff. For 30 bucks, excuse me, for 30 bucks too. Loving what they're doing with this one, even though I'm not sure that I'm going to review this one. I might review Apocalypse, because the Apocalypse one that they debuted is one that I'm very interested in. Okay, D's got this one pre-ordered. I don't blame you, man. It's awesome. Let's see. Big C says we need some more Carnage figures retro card. We got a Carnage fairly recently from the Venom Pool wave, Big C. That one was more of an absolute Carnage action figure, I think. But we did get him. I wouldn't mind seeing another Carnage action figure sometime in the near future. Carnage seems to be a very popular character recently, much to my surprise. I guess it's kind of surprising to me because back in the 90s, Carnage wasn't like a really top-notch, you know, Spider-Man character. He was kind of like a B-tier villain, I think. And he was kind of a reaction to the grunge music movement of the time. Is Apocalypse a must-have? Apocalypse by Diamond Select is really top-notch, so I would say if you're interested in Apocalypse and the X-Men, you probably want to get yourself a Marvel Select Apocalypse, because the one that they're releasing is better quality than the Marvel Legends one. Like, it looks almost exactly like the artwork by Walt Simonson from X Factor. It's that good. We talked about it a month ago on stream. What an insane action figure. Carnage Deadpool 2-pack. Oh, that's actually inspired, D. I remember reading that comic a while ago. Only Deadpool could give Carnage a run for his money like that. Now, Blaze, you don't know much about Mondo? Neither do I. I really don't. If it's a boutique brand or anything, I don't really pay attention to it. Figure of the year so far. Oh, that's a tough one there, Big C. Figure of the year. Ass Man, how you doing, dude? It's nice to see you. How's life treating you, bro? Figure of the year. Well, I'm gonna put Apocalypse up in the running because he's so good. obviously. I mean, it's such a nice action figure. Of the ones that I've been handling recently, I would say probably, God, who would I put up there? It's something I have to sit and think about really hard. Well, if I had to pick one, I might put Clayface up there. Clayface was really good. And who else would I put up there? Yeah, Clayface was really good. Bane, if he's good, is probably going to be up there too. I'm going to have to check out some of the Marvel Legends I got recently and see if they should be rated up there. Dark Knight Returns, Batman, and Horse. Okay, yeah, I don't have that one yet, so I'm not sure yet, but I'm thinking probably one of those. Who else? Titan Joker. That one had too many inaccuracies to the source material for me to rate it a finalist. Life is good with a beer in your hand. I'm glad, man. It's nice to see you, bro. Yeah, I'm probably going to put Bane as my figure of the year if I have to absolutely choose one. And I'm thinking that Deathstroke is going to be another one. Some say Clayface was too hollow. Well, he had to be hollow, or else he would have been too top-heavy, Big C. That was not a design flaw. That was actually a really smart design, to be honest. Because his upper body is really massive. And if they had made it thick, thick plastic, he would have toppled over very easily. So I think that McFarlane did a bang-up job making Clayface. He does not topple over at all. He balances incredibly well. He's a really good action figure. And if you want to see that, I recommend you check out my Clayface review, because I showed a bunch of poses with Clayface, just walking around and doing some precarious balancing and stuff, and he held up. He held up really well. Galactus is figure of the year. I don't know what I would do with the unboxing video, Cynthia. There's no reason to talk about Galactus again unless Hasbro just absolutely screwed something up. Oh, I'm glad there, man. I'm glad you really enjoyed that last night on my Twitch stream. Yeah, we had a good time yesterday. We were talking about some vibrating WCW toys that I had, and I was licking them all over. We were having ourselves a pretty nice time. Quality content. I gotta be sure to incorporate a little bit more of that. Maybe in my reviews in the future I should incorporate the lick test. Yeah, that sounds right. Is anyone else getting this Beta Ray Bill? Like, I don't think there's a lot of interest in him. Stephanie agrees. Stephanie agrees. Oh, I love you guys. Who is that? This is Beta Ray Bill. This is Beta Ray Bill. It's not the classic version of the character, it's a version of the character from a story that Donny Cates wrote. It'll go nice with the recent select Thor and Loki, I agree. Yes, that is a horse face. Very much a horse face, but he's a really cool character. And the sculpt is impeccable, much like all of Diamond Select's work. They always do something good. You're thinking of getting him, Derek? Alright. It's awesome, man. I hope he turns out really well. I really hope he does. I don't know, I'm rooting for Marvel Select, and I'm rooting for McFarlane Toys. Yeah, you're probably right, Big C. I'm not sure he's gonna sell like hotcakes. But hey, it's cool they did him. It's a pass on the giant rat. Okay, Rewind's not into Mr. Horseface Beta Ray Bill over here. That's too bad. Jay's got it pre-ordered though. Ah, nice. Yeah, man. I don't have a lot of Marvel Select. Marvel Select is something I really want to get into. Could you show us here with our Anniversary of Hulk? I don't know. I think I might have to keep it on Twitch because Twitch is more the wild, wild west than YouTube is. YouTube tends to want to censor everything, man. They don't like it when I get too weird on here. That's why it's so much normal here than it is on Twitch. On Twitch, we're absolutely unhinged. What? Boy, how was I wrong? Yes, it's a horseman. Yeah, we gotta behave ourselves here on YouTube, right? We gotta behave here, not on Twitch. On Twitch, all of our good behavior goes out the window. We're maniacs. Yeah, Blaze is right. Oh, dude, Big C, I saw pictures of the Juggernaut, and I really want him. He's so big. He's massive, bro. Like, they got so many big toys, and they're the same price across the board, too. Have you guys seen the Batman Animated Series 30th Anniversary? Target exclusive. He has a light-up feature included in the diorama. Yes, I have, actually. And we're going to take a quick look at that one right now, I think. So, check this out. This is what we're talking about right here with the Batman stuff, guys. We'll change over to this for right now. It's going to talk a little bit about DC Multiverse, but we just got a new reveal today as a Target exclusive, this 30th anniversary Batman the Animated Series action figure. Some of you guys were pretty excited about this one. I saw the posting on our members-only Discord, and it looks pretty cool. The base looks awesome, I'll say that much. Like, it's got a light-up base. Apparently, when you press a button, I think the lightning bolts light up. You got that one at Fortnite? Yeah, the base is absolutely dope. Agree wholeheartedly, D. The action figure is the same as the Batman that was released back in the initial waves of DC Multiverse. If you guys saw those Batman the Animated Series action figures, they were designed so that they took their cues from the new Batman Adventures and Justice League. But Batman and Batman the Animated Series doesn't look like this. He has a much more normal looking body, less stylized. He has thicker legs. He has an upper body that isn't anywhere near as triangular as this. And he has a less square looking face. Point is, they kind of took a little bit from Batman the Animated Series, and then they applied it to the new Adventures design. Like the bat emblem on his chest, that wasn't present on the new Batman Adventures. That's Batman the Animated Series. The utility belt, that's new Batman Adventures. He's got little pouches on there, and that he didn't have that on Batman the Animated Series. Tim Drake Robin, yeah, I've got some pictures of that pulled up. Take a look at him in a second. Here's some more pictures of the new Target exclusive Batman. This is everything you get with it. It's got a trading card, a couple of hands, a base, batarang, grappling hook. Those all came with the original action figure. The base is the new part of this. This one's going to be $50. Yeah, I would recommend getting it on clearance if you want this one, because, like I say, it's $50 normal price, Master, and if you want the signed card from Todd McFarlane, it's going to be $80. I would recommend waiting for this to go on clearance because, well, like I say, it's just the same action figure that was released a couple of years ago. If they actually made it look like Batman the Animated Series, I would say, yeah, go for it, but it's hard to give it an endorsement as it is. Also, the only other thing they really changed here is that the cape kind of has that sway off to the side to make it look like the wind is blowing through it. Yeah, I agree, D. Amalgamation is the best way to put it. You wonder if Ollie gets DC Multiverse McFarlane? Ollie's? I don't know what Ollie's is. I don't think we have that over here in America. The con is a lot of these DC collectibles animated. Okay, DC collectibles are actually, they break at the wrist and ankles. Really? I didn't know they did. Wow. That's really disappointing, actually. Ugh. Alright, since you guys brought up Robin, let's see if we can find some pictures of him. Here's a couple more pictures of our new Batman action figure. Well, our re-released Batman action figure. Well, bam. There's a new lunchbox release of Batman action figures. When do we get a Hot Wheels Batmobile? It's probably already out. I think they've already made them. I would not be shocked in the least if they did. This is our new lunch pail release. That's another Target exclusive. It includes the Penguin, Batman, Robin, and the Joker. And this is based on some old trading card artwork that you see here included with the lunchbox. I don't know if this is one that I have to have. But, you know, like I say, if people want to see it enough, I'll consider getting it. Or I should say, if people want to see it enough, yeah, I will get it. But I'm not sure you guys really want to see this one all that badly, do you? I don't know. If you do, let me know, guys. All right, let's check out this Robin. So Tim Drake Robin over here has finally gotten a release. We've seen pictures of him posted on Twitter. Just yesterday, we saw a picture from Hong Kong. Hard pass, Stephanie says, yeah, I don't blame you. This is Tim Drake Robin, guys. Blaze, I know you said you wanted Tim Drake Robin really badly. Here's Tim Drake. Your prayers have been answered. I can't believe it only took a week for your play. It only took literally a week for your prayers to get answered. What? Oh, D, I'm gonna have to share that with him over on the Discord, actually. Pass? What do you mean pass? Come on, this is a great action figure. What do you mean pass? Rewind? What, you got no love for Tim Drake? What? Yeah, we're getting a lot of exclusives now. The Walmart exclusives between Marvel Legends and DC Multiverse are really kicking me in the pants for tonight. It looks like he comes with a batarang, he comes with a staff. Oh, that's actually really nice. Sculptum looks pretty new to me. I think it's pretty new. At first glance, it looks new to me. Oh, he's even got his little booties. You know, with the little separation in between the toes like that. Oh, that's nice. Oh, wow. Yeah, McFarlane kind of went all the way there for it. Wow. And there's the back of the box. I don't know if I'm gonna get two, Cynthia, but I might check this one out. I'm kind of into it. I'm also surprised by the artwork on the back of this, because it looks like it's now taking up the entire backside of the box. Is this something new that McFarlane is doing with their releases? Because originally it had like a trading card type outline on the back instead of taking up the entire back of the box like that. But, you know, if they're doing this, it doesn't bother me in the least. It looks good. D says you gave Damian Wayne Robin, Damian Wayne Robin, Red Robin staff. And I gave Red Robin Hush Batman's batarangs. I have Rebirth Batman. I don't have Hush Batman. I'm kind of anxious to check out the Rebirth Batman that I just got. And I also got the 3 Jokers. Been sitting on them for a while. Haven't gotten around to doing anything with them yet. I keep telling you guys, I got like a back catalog of stuff to take care of. And, God, you know, stuff to keep sneaking up on me. What a joke. Big C says, Pewter's just tweeted more Silk and Doc Ock pre-orders coming soon. Alright, well that's cool. If you guys want it, go and get it. Oh, Preternia, okay. Well, if it actually happens, that's great for the people who want it. My video didn't really do well enough, I don't think, to justify me getting it. But I'm happy for the people who want to go ahead and go out there and get it. Alright, where were we with all this stuff? Now, oh, that's right. We were going to talk a little bit about Batman Arkham City. Now, I already talked about these last time, guys, but the figures are finally here. They're available for pre-order. If you want the Batman Arkham City wave, it's out now. Each one is an absolute banger. Batman is mostly a re-release of the original Arkham Asylum Batman, so be aware of that. If you didn't get him, this one is still pretty good. They've updated a few things. They've given him a new head, and he doesn't have pupils, so you could say he's in detective mode, as opposed to seeing the pupils in-game like you tend to. And then he's also got a new chest emblem, and his gloves have been updated. So aside from that, it's pretty much the same Batman. His utility belt is a little bit different from what you see in Arkham City 2, but it's accurate to what you see in Arkham Asylum. Yeah, Grundy. Grundy is the Build-A-Figure of this line, and Grundy, here's what he looks like, guys. Solomon Grundy. Check it out, dude. Oh my god, he looks so nice. Just blown away by everything they do with these. Always and forever, man. Oh. The rest of the action figures in the line are the Penguin. The head sculpt is growing on me as I look at these. I still think that the Penguin could have used a little bit more work, but after looking at him for a while, I feel like the head sculpt looks better than I initially thought. So I'm feeling pretty good about this one. And then there's Catwoman, who looks really picture perfect, looks just like she does in the video game, and Ra's al Ghul, who also looks very good too. Pretty much perfect. It's hard to complain about any of these. A lot of people were clowning on Solomon Grundy's height. Why? Like what? How big do they want Solomon Grundy to be? People getting all mad because he isn't the size of, what, 4 action figures or something? He's already enormous, man. How big does he need to be? Do you even face Solomon Grundy in the game? Yes, you do, actually. He's the boss of the Iceberg Lounge. And, well, the Penguin and Solomon Grundy are the boss, but you don't really fight the Penguin as much as you do Solomon Grundy. More of a Dick Grayson sculpt, but the whole body is painted red, where the parts are supposed to be green in skin tones. Alright. Yeah, I kind of figured that it was probably going to be reused in some areas there. At least it's just Robin they're reusing. So the problem here, D, is that they finally make a Solomon Grundy, or they make action figures that scale with each other, and then after they make action figures that scale with each other, as people like to say about DC Multiverse, they complain that Solomon Grundy isn't blown out of proportion. Well, maybe they should just release a Mega figure and go all out and make him absolutely obnoxious. Make him as big as Swamp Thing. Maybe that'll finally do it for them. Here's the thing about the people that want to clown on DC Multiverse. They will never be satisfied about anything. These are people who are deeply, deeply unserious. They want him the size of the DC Direct Grundy? Well, I mean, come on, man. They want him to be absolutely stupid sized, huh? Catwoman's too big, she's wearing heels. What do you mean she's too big? She's like... she's a fairly tall character. She's fine. Okay, like I was about to say, these are people who will never be satisfied about anything. These people are deeply unserious because when they look at Marvel Legends, they smile and nod, ah yes, this is absolutely nice, after they get the same action figure over and over again. But when they look at DC Multiverse and they get new sculpt after new sculpt, they're gonna just look at those and go, they're 7-inch scale. These people are just mad because the figures are 7-inch and not 6-inch anymore, so they can't do their little photo sessions, and it just makes them cry all night long. Cynthia, I guess technically the animated one is the classic Harley. Although she was based on the animated series, so I wouldn't be mad if they did another, like, comic book style Harley Quinn in her Harley Quinn type suit. I need at least an 8-incher. I mean, you're just asking for the moon, aren't you? They want Ron Jeremy to make Grundy. These same people, guys, when I make a video criticizing a DC Multiverse action figure, they'll post on my videos and go, yes, you are correct. This is absolutely indicative of the quality of McFarlane's output. And then when I make another video criticizing Marvel Legends for doing something similar, they will rain down fire upon me and venom for daring to criticize a Marvel Legend. As I say, deeply unserious people. Ugh. Let me see, what else have we been forgetting to look at today? Oh, that's right, we need to take a look at some DC Direct stuff, don't we? Okay, well, have no fear, my friends, because I got your hookup. Check out our new DC Direct Page Punchers Batman, based off of Injustice Batman. Yeah, Rewind, it's hard to feel bad for them. Though I guess you could say they probably don't have anything going on in their lives. And that in itself is unfortunate. 10-inch Grundy only. Yeah, right, Master. Oh no. The Pearl clutching when I dare to criticize him for still using Bucky Cap. Oh no! You criticized Captain America for recycling the other two Captain Americas. Yeah, Michael, I agree. The new Shazam looks really great. You know what's wild is that Blaze found it for $15 on clearance, and it just came out. And my girlfriend Astrid was at Walmart the other day looking at some stuff for me. She got me a Batman, hold on, let me show this to you. Let me show this. She got me a Superpowers Batman. She went to look for Darkseid Superman, couldn't find them. But she also looked for some DC Multiverse stuff, and she got me a Harley Quinn from Birds of Prey. And she was looking for Shazam, but couldn't find him. Yeah. They were already clearancing them out, and I'm not kidding. Blaze posted a picture of it on our Discord, man. It's legit. And I can't figure out why they would do that. It just came out. Why would you be clearancing it? I mean, we can't even get it online. I told Stephanie, I want Stephanie to give me a link to the Shazam action figure, but the page for it just keeps going down. She said it was only up for maybe 48 hours and she was able to get an order in. So, guys, Walmart is terrible. I hate that so many of these cool toys are going to Walmart. Why has Walmart got to get all the cool exclusives? I would much rather buy stuff from Target, because most of the time when I get stuff from Target, I actually get it.
I'm in.
Thanks for subbing there, Ryan. Really appreciate it. Nice to have you here, dude. Yeah, it is really odd. Stephanie, don't think I have forgotten about my Batman Who Laughs 4-pack getting canceled by Walmart. I really wanted that one. I was excited about it. The Batman Who Laughs with the Jokers. Oh, I pre-ordered that from Walmart. 2 weeks later, what happens? Canceled. Thanks, Walmart. And now what? Now scalpers have it up for over $100. What a ripoff. They are the absolute worst. I hate Walmart so much. Michael says, You've had stuff never hit your local Walmart and had things come out like stupid early. Yeah, that sounds like Walmart, all right. God, I love Walmart. Yeah, I was really looking forward to reviewing that, Stephanie. I thought to myself, oh, I've had such a hard time finding these action figures. Like the Batman Who Laughs and those Robins, they were impossible to find, and now I'll never get them. They will never come back in stock. The only stuff I'm ever able to get from Walmart, guys, is the stuff that no one really wants. Death Motion, I think you're clowning. The best. Get out of here. It's not the best. What are you talking about? D says they have Asbat and Parallax buried in pallets at your local Walmart for 2 weeks. They're so close, but so far away. Not enough staff working there. Oh, that's brutal. I really want Asbats. I really want Asbat and Parallax. Parallax was in stock briefly, but I didn't get him. I think I might get him, actually, the next time I see him. If I do see him. Master says your Walmart, for some reason, keeps moving the toy set. What? So they just want people to not find anything, is the gist of that. Oh, that's awesome. What do you guys think of the new Page Puncher stuff? Are any of you guys interested in Injustice Batman and Injustice Green Arrow over here? Like, Green Arrow is mostly the same as the previously released one, but they have a new head on him with no side eyes. And also they have a hat on him. You could hook me up with like 16 to 18 blood sports. Are you talking about the unmasked one? Oh my god, that was one of the worst action figures, man. That head sculpt was total garbo. I might get him. If I had an opportunity, I guess I would get him for discount. 16 to 18? Are you kidding me? Dude, I went to a bunch of Walmarts and they had nothing, and you got a Walmart that's just sitting on 16, 18 of them? What? Like, I don't want them all that badly, but still, that blows my mind. Why? You know, I think part of the problem is that all these Walmarts don't really buy product to restock their shelves, especially when they get to the toy aisle. They just don't bother. Yeah, the Rock Black Adam's head sculpt was top tier stuff. Great stuff. Don't know if I'm going to get it. I'm not sure if there was enough interest, but I might check it out. I'll probably wait for a clearance on the Black Adam stuff, to be honest. I liked it. Don't know if I have to jump up and get it right now, because I'm way more excited about Bane and I'm way more excited about Deathstroke. Those are two DC Multiverses that I really want to get. Stephanie, you told us about Dr. Fate and Supergirl. I'm still waiting to see what those are going to look like. Like, I'm sort of into Green Arrow. Don't know how I feel about Batman. Don't really feel like I have to have either of these. But maybe. Why do they insist upon all these gold... Why do they insist upon all these platinum releases and gold releases and stuff like that, Michael? I do not understand it. It adds nothing to the line. People tell me it's because people like to paint their action figures, and I say that's dumb. Just get a regular action figure and paint it then, you nerd. D, you wonder if Dr. Fate will come with magic effects like Constantine. I hope so. Yours only has Thick Batman. Death Motion. Who's Thick Batman? Which Batman are we talking about? Because I don't remember. Are we talking about, like, Dark Knight Returns Batman? D, I really hope that he does come with magic effects, because it really felt... he really needs something. Like, Constantine was a top-tier release. I think that, the major flaw of the Page Punchers line, 7 inches at least, is that the comic book is looks to be all the same issue with these action figures. So it's kind of dead on arrival as soon as they do that, because you really need to have a different comic book with each action figure. If you're going to do this with like this type of release where they want to have just a themed wave, they need to have a miniseries, a 4-part miniseries that they stick in these boxes. But if they're just including the same comic book, what's the incentive to get all of them? It isn't there anymore. It seems like something so simple that was just completely overlooked, and it's really unfortunate. Because it's a cool idea for a line. DOD, I think they should just take all the artist-proof figures and put them in the trash. What they should do is they should just recall them, melt them down, and save the plastic. Oh my god, guys. Alright. This is about the time in the stream where I think we're gonna have our round table type thing. Do we have any of our members that want to get on Discord chat? Because we can do that right now, guys. Michael's been wanting good Teen Titan figures forever. Blaze will be on. If we have any other members, guys, feel free to come on with us. I'll be connecting on Discord shortly. Because I think we've looked at all of our reveals for today. And now we're gonna get our chat on. Excuse me. Yeah, I hope that they do some more Teen Titan stuff, because didn't they only do Cyborg? They really didn't do a lot, unfortunately. Sorry guys, just closing up a lot of these windows. Ah, that's better. Rewind. Do I only buy action figures that I want, or do you buy stuff just because it's there? For DC Multiverse, I'm a little bit more lenient. We're talking with Blaze right now. Master, we're gonna be chatting about a couple of things very shortly, as soon as I get my Discord up. There it is. Ooh. Okay, logging on, guys. Alright, here I am.
Alright.
Hear you loud and clear, Blaze.
Yeah, you can hear me? Good.
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Alright. Hopefully my sound quality is a little bit better this week.
You sound very loud today, that's good.
I worked on my settings in Discord. I think my settings were wrong. So
Well,
hopefully...
Well, they sound ideal now. You sound nice and crisp.
Okay, good.
So let's open it up. Blaze, what's been on your mind recently?
Supergirl.
Supergirl? Blaze, of course Supergirl's on your mind. Did I even have to ask?
Seriously, though, I do want to see that Supergirl prototype, but
Yep.
I'm hoping that we get to see the final two figures in that particular assortment in the next couple of months. I think they're going to stagger it, honestly.
You know what surprises me is that they didn't reveal them all at once if they were going to do that, which makes me wonder. It made me wonder, at least, are we just getting a 2 action figure wave of Page Punchers? Was the first wave just really not performing well? Or what's going on here? It's confusing for me, because I'm used to seeing all 4 action figures, maybe not, revealed one after another usually, and then put up for pre-order, not, oh, here's 2 up for pre-order, and, oh, here's the rest later.
Well, he may be going after a different strategy.
Maybe.
I mean, we did see him do the Build-A-Figure over, I believe, what was it, 6 months? It was the Batman Beyond Joker.
Yeah, he's done that with the Joker bot, and he's doing that with the Starro wave. The difference with those, though, are that they're Target exclusives, which makes it, kind of a unique thing, but we've only really seen him do it with Target on those particular waves.
I'm sure that our questions will be answered sooner rather than later. I mean, we do have a couple of things coming up. Isn't there another con coming up after San Diego? I believe it's New York, right?
Yeah, the New York one is what he's been doing with all these recent Target ones, with the Batman the Animated Series diorama one and the Lunchbox 66 line thing that we just took a look at. And
well, I'm sure he'll be there in person, so I think that we'll be able to at least get a couple of questions answered of what's coming and when it's coming, and
Right. Some of these reveals that we've seen from the New York Comic-Con thing have not been the most exciting reveals, I don't think. Like, the Winter Showcase was much more exciting, I thought.
Well, I'm kind of curious what book that Captain Cold that we just saw belongs to as well, and who is his wave mates.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because I thought that this was, Captain Cold was going to be in this wave with Batman initially, and the Flash, and whoever else, and now that apparently it's completely unrelated, now I'm confused. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but we saw a reveal from McFarlane Toys where Captain Cold was just standing over the Flash frozen in ice. And we didn't really see Captain Cold full on, we just saw the top of his head and then a little bit of his foot and his gun.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more of that wave and what book it's, what comic book is going to be featured in that packaging. It could be another one of these Black Adam scenarios where it's just a specific book for those figures, which I have no problem with. But I wouldn't mind it being centered around the Flash as well. Another comic accurate Flash would be great. Captain Cold and a couple more members of his Rogues Gallery would be great.
If they do a complete Flash wave, I would be pretty excited for that, because I've been saying for a while now that I wish they would do some more Flash figures, specifically, like you say, the Rogues Gallery. Like, okay. D says that the Flash and Captain Cold are supposed to be from a Flash comic exclusive to the Page Punchers wave. Okay, so there it is. I'm thinking that what this is this is going to be just a complete new wave, and then McFarlane is just pumping out waves of Page Punchers to get more of them out there.
I wonder if we'll see one more figure from the Captain Cold set, and he's just going to release Captain Cold and maybe the Flash and then Batman and Green Arrow, and that will be the 4-figure assortment.
Maybe he's doing 2 and 2.
I could see him doing that. And then maybe the next set is Supergirl, Dr. Fate, someone else, and someone else from a different book.
What if he transitions to just having 4 figures in a wave and they each have their own individual comics? So it would be a lot like, this little page puncher that I was showing you guys earlier, where each figure in the wave has its own figure and its own comic book. If they did that, personally, I would be more into it than what they're doing now with the shared comic book between the action figures.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that either. I wouldn't mind them re-releasing some famous covers and having the figure, represent that cover.
Oh, absolutely. Kind of like what they're doing with, the little page punchers, right? Because you got
Yeah.
They've really been leaning into Hush Batman recently, because I got a Hush Batman from Page Punchers, and then I got a Hush Batman from Superpowers. So if they want to do a 7-inch Hush Batman again, and I don't know, do a better version of them than they did with the 2-pack with Hush, I'm down. Let me have it.
I wouldn't have a problem with another Hush Batman. I would prefer them to release another Hush Batman on a different sculpt.
Yeah. I would like them to kind of take a mulligan on Hush Batman as well as the Year 2 Batman, because that one was pretty reminiscent of the Jim Aparo era Batman, I thought.
Yeah, just re-release the Year 2 Batman, fix some of the quality control issues, and just paint it black and gray, and I'm sold.
And for the love of God, keep the cloth cape, because the cloth cape was one of the nicest things about that action figure.
Listen, if it's got to be a price thing, and they have to put a leather, not a leather cape, a plastic cape that feels, that new texture that he's using, I don't have a problem with that.
I'll get over it if they have to put the plastic cape back on, but the cloth cape, I really liked it. It felt so good. It felt like the old quality capes that you used to get in the 90s, but it felt even sturdier than that, I thought.
I don't really have a problem with the rubber capes. For example, on the Batman movie figure, I really like that cape.
Yeah, I never got any of those. I should probably go out and get them now that they're getting clearanced.
I like the Dark Knight Returns cape as well, and the Joker. I think it's what is it? It's negative Earth Batman, the Batman Who Laughs Batman.
Yeah,
I like the cape on it. So no, I don't really have a problem with the rubber capes. As long as they don't make them like a hard shell plastic, I don't have a problem with it.
Oh God, I know. The hard shell plastic. You remember the hard shell plastic that they used for the hood and Marvel Legends? I don't know if you ever got that one.
Stop right there.
No, I never got that figure.
It's not a bad looking cape, but functionally it's kind of terrible. Because it's bigger than he is, for one, and it just kind of lifts it off his shoulders and he looks really silly.
The only time that I would really have, well, I guess I could say the only time I wouldn't have an issue with a plastic cape is like the Year 2 Batman.
Yeah. Will says that he likes you, and so does Stephanie. Well, that's a good thing, right?
I guess.
D says that they would like to see a classic or contemporary version of Wonder Woman, and I think we've been begging for that for a while, haven't we? We've been dying to see something from Wonder Woman. We've seen a bunch of different Wonder Womans, but we just want to see either a classic one or a rebirth one, I think.
So Todd, if you're listening to me.
Todd, if you're watching right now.
Everyone wants a Wonder Woman figure, and so do I. So let's make it happen.
We're all saying, give us Wonder Woman. Just get off the pot and give us a Wonder Woman already, Todd. All right, Rewind, you're taking off. We'll see you later, man. Take care.
Later, man.
Yeah, take care.
I mean, for the last 2 streams, I have seemingly struck gold. So let's see if I can make it happen.
Yellow Blaze, you're our lucky charm. Now that you've said it, I think we're finally going to get it. We got Robin. So. Let's get that Wonder Woman, baby.
And we may potentially have Supergirl.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
So it could happen. It could happen.
All right. Well, I think now that you finally said it, we're gonna get it. And if it doesn't happen, then I'm gonna complain that I'm gonna go on Twitter and just complain, I guess.
Well, you and the rest of the toy community.
Yeah. Well, that's like the entire point of being in there, right? You just gotta complain. What do I even have to? What do I have to make videos about if I'm not complaining about something?
I mean, it is constructive criticism after all.
Yeah, it's not like I go and just do like a hate fest or anything on all these, because at the end of the day, what's the point of that, too?
They're just toys. At the end of the day, they're just toys.
Yeah,
they represent our favorite characters, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, that's about it in a nutshell. Sometimes people will take it really personally when I don't like something, and it's just, it's like I told you guys over on the Discord a while back. If you like something and I didn't, just ask yourselves, well, what does he know? Because that's
know what I take personally, though.
What's that?
The lack of Spawn videos you have on your channel.
I've been watching Spawn on HBO to get myself geared up, man. I've been getting myself ready for the Spawn. I got to ease into it.
I have even offered to send you a box of Spawn figures.
I promise I'm going to get that set up, the P.O. box set up in October.
Just in time. Just in time for Halloween, you will have a set of Spawn figures.
Yeah, it's going to be like the most on-brand toy presentation ever, because Spawn, Halloween, it all makes perfect sense. So
31 days of Spawn.
31 days of Spawn. That's nothing but Spawn this month. Spawn, Spawn, Spawn. If you don't like Spawn, then get out. I'm not going to say that. I don't want to hemorrhage subscribers.
But if I do, like you said earlier, if I do reach 50 subscribers, I am going to show off my entire collection. And shortly after that, I'm going to do a whole thing about Spawn. And we'll go from there, I guess. If there's anything anyone wants to see that I may potentially have, just, leave a comment on one of my shorts, or, just find me in the Discord, and, I will do a little quick video on it.
Now, speaking of showing foot, Will, he just made a comment in the chat. I was trying to figure out what that boot was at the end of that one short that you mentioned, and I couldn't figure it out.
If anyone can figure out what... Okay, so if you look in the second short that I have, there is a pair of boots that is hanging off the top of the Fantastic Four shelf. If anyone can figure out who those boots belong to, I will give you a shout out in my next video.
Yeah, go and look at Blaze's short, guys, the Fantastic Four one. Take a look at that boot, and if anyone can figure it out, he'll shout you out. Go look at it right now, later, whatever the case. Just go look at it.
Once I reach past 25 subscribers, I'm going to show one of my favorite childhood figures.
Oh man, that's going to be sick.
Yeah. So, and it is something very unique and really cool. And I recently just reacquired it. So
really?
I'm going to do a video about it. Yes.
Oh, that's even more exciting.
I have been missing this figure for a very long time.
There's a lot of toys from way back when that I wish I could reacquire, and now it seems impossible. Especially with things like the Daily Bugle playset and stuff like that. Like, I'll never have that ever again. Never, ever, ever. To find that complete in box would cost a small fortune.
No, I don't have the Detective 1000 Batman. I do believe I have the Rebirth Batman, though.
Gavin, I have both Detective 1000 Batman and Rebirth Batman. if you guys remember, I did a short on Detective 1000 Batman a long time ago, and I gave him a pretty good rating because I actually thought that that was a nice action figure. Will, Blaze's channel is in my... It's in my community section, and if you look at one of my posts, I posted a link to it. But I can pull it up for you guys and post it in chat right now. It's really not a big deal.
Which is the Rebirth Batman again?
Rebirth Batman is the one that has... They've actually done a couple different versions of him, but the more recent one has a dark gray cast to it, and he's got that yellow outline around the bat insignia, and he's got the yellow outline around his utility belt, and the inside of it is kind of black.
Was he released in the Three Jokers wave?
No, he was released after that. He was released along with the latest Robin and Clayface.
Oh, no, I don't have that Batman either. I was thinking about the Three Jokers Batman.
Yeah, I actually got that one recently, along with a purchase that I had because I was buying some stuff from GameStop and trying to figure out what I wanted to get to, get free shipping and stuff because I'm that kind of guy. And then I saw Rebirth Batman. I thought to myself, well, you know what? I thought that Batman looked kind of nice, and I've been meaning to get to that one. So what the heck? Let's get him.
That Batman is one of the Batmen that I do want. He's on my list.
I'm really looking forward to reviewing him. I know I've told you guys again and again and again that I've got like this back catalog of toys that I just have stacked up down in my basement, and I've been meaning to get around to them for such a long time, and it just seems like it's never gonna happen. I just got around to the Sugar Man wave, and we had a viewer that said, this is a bit of an old toy. I'm like, well, I'm 1,000 pardons. So sometimes it just takes a while, man. All right, let me post Blaze's channel here in chat. There it is. Astrid, it's good to see you. Astrid, how you doing over there? If anyone wants to check out Blaze's channel, I have it posted in Discord. Go subscribe to his channel right now, guys.
I want to take time out to thank everybody for subscribing to my channel and getting me to 20 subscribers. I never thought that would be possible. I didn't really think anyone cared about my opinions when it came to action figures. So I truly do thank each and every one of you who have subscribed and who have, looked over my 2 previews. I'm looking forward to doing more, and I also thank Soulkeeper for getting me this far, because without this community, none of this would be possible.
Well, I'm glad to give you a little bit of a boost. I was really hoping to get you to 50 without any subscribers. I think that would have been incredible, but getting you to 20 was already good enough without any videos or anything. That was hilarious.
That was really cool.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that was really cool. And I really, when I said that, it was really just a joke. I really did not expect at all to receive any subscribers, let alone 20. So I'm very thankful for that.
It's funny because YouTube stuff like this, it happens in the strangest way. Like, I just kind of fell into this too. I never expected to be on here talking about toys day in and day out. I started off by just making a couple of videos about the old Toy Biz stuff. I made one about the Series 1 line, and I posted that way back in sometime in 2019 or 2020. I don't remember. But I posted that, and it got like 1,000 views. It got pretty good traction. And then I thought to myself, while I was doing my old channel, which was an art channel, well, maybe I should do something with toys instead, because this is getting so much interest that, and the art stuff is kind of just waning a little bit, that maybe there's more going on in there. So I just one day decided to put the kibosh on the art stuff, and here I am. It took me about a month for the channel to really take off. It was really slow at first, but then I kind of just stumbled stumbled onto my current form of content by accident by making a video about Galactus and Venom. Because I noticed I decided to talk about the Galactus thing, and that kind of just worked out. And then I noticed that Venom was kind of a poor quality action figure, so I decided to make a video about that too, because people seem to really be praising it, even though it had a lot of flaws on it. So here I am now.
I've been collecting for 20 plus years, and I have a very large action figure collection because I am a child of the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, Transformers, G.I. Joe, the Ninja Turtles, Batman, especially the Superpowers collection. And then, you know, as I was growing up, so to speak, Power Rangers came into my life in the 90s. And that kind of just stuck with me for the rest of my life. And that is a very large portion of my collection is Super Sentai and Power Rangers. But yeah, but no, I had fallen behind with Mattel when it came to DC Multiverse. I didn't really like the approach that they took. Now, the last couple of waves that they did before McFarlane took over, I thought that they did a really good job, and I kind of liked the direction that they were heading. But that, you know, but shortly after DC Universe Classics sort of came to an end, I was just kind of not really interested in DC anymore.
Yeah.
And when McFarlane took over, the first couple of waves were a little okay. We'll see. And then when he finally, you know, got the ball rolling and got everything, you know, headed into the direction that we're in today, man, it is absolutely incredible, and it really just reignited my love for DC and action figures all together.
I
And
really feel that same way.
and I never expected that. Like I never expected to be here and have like one of what I think is like even if McFarlane were to lose the license, which I hope that doesn't happen,
I don't
and
think
it
it
goes
will.
to a different if it goes to a different company, this is the definitive Batman collection to me.
Yeah.
This is the definitive DC to me because I don't think you can top this. Whoever takes the license next has some really big shoes to fill.
Here's the deal. I don't think McFarlane is ever going to lose the license to this because, well, for a number of reasons, but mostly, you know, did Mattel ever outdo Marvel Legends during their run? Let's ask that question right now. Did it ever happen? Were they ever able to outsell Marvel Legends?
I don't think so. I maybe, but I can never. As a collector, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years. I don't remember a time where Mattel was ahead of Marvel Legends, except maybe the dark days of Marvel Legends.
Okay,
That's the only time.
Stephanie says never. Okay, they were never able to do it. But McFarlane, in the last year, did it in his second year with the license. He outsold Marvel Legends and Star Wars in America and Canada.
The thing with me and Marvel Legends, and I've said this several times, is don't get me wrong. I'm a huge Marvel fan, and I love the Marvel characters. I may not be as big of a fan of the MCU today as I was when it was originally created. However, I do believe that there are a few movies within the Marvel Cinematic Universe that are absolutely perfect. And
I kind of love Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, not gonna lie, man.
that's a really good movie. I liked Infinity War. I like I like Endgame.
Yeah.
Those are really two good movies. And honestly, it's just one big movie. But um
I
I
kind of.
love the Captain America movies too.
Mm-hmm. The sequel that of the second Captain America movie was a pretty much perfect movie. Let's be honest. Winter Soldier, absolute
It really
banger.
was. It really was.
And
Civil War was too.
And you know what? I really think that Thor Ragnarok was fantastic. I know people get on the movie for having comedy, but I think it really improved the quality, especially after the second Thor movie, which I thought was hot garbage.
I didn't like the Dark World. It was cool, but it wasn't what Thor Ragnarok was. Now, with that being said, we have a plethora of Marvel Legend lines that are on the market, that have been on the market, and I look at all of this stuff and I'm like, man, it seems like the movie figures get more of the sculpt and more of the paint work than the comic book figures. And I understand that they're going for a certain style.
You're absolutely right.
But at what point can you not spend that little bit of extra change to sculpt that pocket on instead of painting it? That's all I'm asking for.
That's
at the end of the day, that's all I'm asking for.
Here's the thing. Whenever I criticize sculpting on Marvel Legends, be it the standard line or the 3 3/4 inch line, inevitably I get someone who comes in and starts talking about Hot Toys. And here's the thing: like, there's a sliding scale between a simplistic action figure, like say the stuff that Fisher Price does, right, and then Hot Toys. And what we're looking for is that happy medium somewhere along the continuum. And I think that we can get a fair amount of sculpt on a Marvel Legend before we get way past the point of the price range. That's where my criticisms are coming from.
Well, a perfect example of what I'm talking about is the Fantastic Four figures that are in my second short. I absolutely love those figures. Because they did an amazing job. They even sculpted their boots. They look great.
Yeah. I think that they're pretty good.
I would love to see that quality all across the line.
I even thought that the retro card Fantastic Four wave from way back, I thought that was a pretty decent wave. Sue Storm's head was a little hit or miss, and the salad fingers on Mr. Fantastic were not my favorite thing, but overall I thought it was an okay wave.
I much rather have the extended fingers or the long fingers, whatever you want to call them, than the removable arm that has the bendy wire in it. I would much rather have the fingers because I think that it looks better on display. But that's my personal opinion.
Oh, okay.
But as far as that's concerned, like the Toy Biz Retro Hulk.
Yeah.
Perfect figure. You can't ask for a better Hulk figure.
We are talking about the face-off Hulk, right?
We're talking about Toy Biz Retro, the new Retro Toy Biz line Hulk.
Oh, 20th anniversary? Okay.
The 20th anniversary, yes. That's a perfect figure.
Yeah,
I don't have any gripes with that figure.
Yeah, I remember talking about this a while ago, and I think it's pretty good. Definitely worth looking at, guys. Especially now that it's on clearance. Can't argue with clearance.
No, that and if you really want a bigger Hulk, you want to go the quote unquote the Hulk route, then you could also get the Diamond Select version and put both of them on display.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know what I would like to see on a future Marvel Legends Hulk, Blaze, is I would like to see them do a little something more with the torso, because I notice on this that he doesn't really seem to be able to twist at his torso cut. He seems to like maybe rock side to side and back and forth, but as far as making him twist, doesn't seem to work that way on him. It kind of works like a standard ab crunch, I noticed. Almost. And another thing I'd like to see is I'd like to see him be able to do his sonic clap. I would love to see that on the Hulk action figure to enable him to have enough range to be able to pull that off. Don't know how they would do it, but I hope they do.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that either. But as far as that figure that's already out, and in hand, it's perfect. I don't really have any gripes with that figure, but I tell you one gripe that I do have,
What's that?
and it is there's a couple of figures that I would like them to redo. Now,
Which ones do you want to see redone the most?
I want a Jim Lee Cyclops with the pieces sculpted on
Oh yeah.
instead of them being floating pieces.
Yeah.
Because that is one of my favorite characters. And I just don't feel like that Bucky Cap body works. I don't feel like that the pieces look that great. And overall, I'm not going to say it's a letdown because it stands out in my collection, but I would like to see a little bit better.
Under the Microscope says that it's crazy that Beast was $19.99 a few years ago. New sculpt and extra hands. It's now $35. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of crazy how prices increases work. Blaze, I agree with you about Cyclops. Like every time they put those plastic pieces on the pre-existing bodies, it tends to look a little bit cheap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It kind of works the same. It kind of happens every time they try to add on things that were not originally designed to be there. Like I noticed that on the Morph action figure I was playing with from Age of Apocalypse pretty recently. The cape didn't really work super well for me because it felt like it was kind of just tacked on to Morph instead of designed to be a part of him.
Yeah, I really didn't like that figure either. I bought Morph because I didn't know if they were going to make the animated Morph, and I really wanted to complete, sort of. I understand that he's from a different universe, but I wanted to at least have a representation of Morph on my shelf, and I really just didn't like that figure.
Yeah, I forget what I give him. I gave him a C. If I did the review again, I'd probably give him a D, to be honest. I think I was being a little bit generous when I made the ranking video that I did.
However, now that the animated Morph is coming out, that one's unfortunately going to go in my box, and the animated Morph is going to go on the shelf.
I think animated Morph is overall going to be a better quality action figure. Someone said that they used the Vulcan body for that one. Was that accurate, or did they... I don't think they used Bucky Cap. I think they used Vulcan. It looked a little bit more like a modern body than just Bucky Cap.
I want to see when they do the 90s Jim Lee animated series Cyclops for Hasbro Pulse. I would like to see them use a different body. Now, I understand that they might not be able to sculpt these things on. That's fine. But I would like to see a different body. Don't reuse the Bucky Cap body.
For Cyclops, I have to believe that they're probably going to use Vulcan if they're going to use anything.
I would buy the figure again if they use a different body.
Well, I think I might be being a little bit optimistic here about that, because as we've seen with a lot of the 90s animated action figures, they kind of are just issuing straight repaints. So yeah. I think that what we're going to see is the same Cyclops action figure again, the one that you don't like very much.
The Jean Grey that they made is great. I have no problem with that figure.
The 90s animated one, I think the one I criticized it was because it wasn't accurate to the animated series.
I have the Love Triangle one.
Yeah.
So I don't really need the 90s animated one.
Oh yeah, if you just want a comic book Jim Lee one, it's great. Perfectly fine action figure. I didn't have the Love Triangle one, and but then again, when I made that review, I was talking about the animated series, so kind of a couple different subjects, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. But I mean, my display revolves around the Jim Lee book. So even though I love the animated series is one of my favorite cartoons of all time.
Speaking of Jim Lee artwork, are you going to get Toad, or have you already gotten him?
I'm waiting for him to show up in stores because I'm pretty sure he's going to show up in GameStop. So I think I'm just going to purchase him when I see him on the pegs.
All right. Just wondering because that is a pretty straight adaptation of Jim Lee's Toad, I thought.
I do like the Toy Biz one, though. So it is...
Really? Really? You like that one?
Yeah, I like the dirty and grimy Toad. I'm not really too happy with the cleanliness of Toad. He's not really a clean character.
Okay, we got Stephanie in the chat here who agrees with us that, or says she agrees with me that they're probably just going to repaint the Cyclops figure that we've already seen.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
We have to be honest with ourselves here. That's probably what we're going to get. I hope that we're going to get surprised. I always hope that we will get surprised, but I'm just being realistic. Master says he likes the Gambit retro card. I kind of like that one too. That's a pretty good action figure.
I like the original one. A lot of people didn't because of the hair, but that didn't really bother me. I really like the original one that they released.
Which one was that?
It's the same Gambit figure. It's just he's not like in retro colors.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I don't remember what set he was in though.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me if I don't remember everything because 20 years of Marvel Legends, it's hard to keep them all straight in your head.
And I like the Juggernaut Build-A-Figure Rogue more than I like the retro carded Rogue.
Really? Why?
I just prefer that head sculpt and and the way that the colors are.
Oh, okay. Some of these I wish I could get, but the prices have gotten so out of proportion that I'll never have them.
Well, I bought everything when it originally came out, and then I realized over time that the prices had just skyrocketed, like somebody was talking about with Beast. Now, maybe the new retro carded Beast will bring down the price of the previously released Beast, but I want the retro carded Beast because I need one in a lab coat with a straight faced head, so I'm all for it.
You know what I would be okay with? I would be okay with them just re-releasing these old action figures that are really popular, like they're really re-releasing Beast. Okay, that's great. Obviously, I wouldn't mind them re-releasing Rogue and the one that you like, or re-releasing any number of characters. I remember a comment I got a while back from someone who said, it's really not my problem if you didn't get the action figure in the first place, and I don't agree with that kind of attitude. I think that we should keep re-releasing action figures again so that people who didn't get them the first time, like, the representatives over at Hasbro have been saying, so that other people can get them if they want them. I think it's great.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we should always have the characters that everybody wants available. It's the same thing that's happening right now with me and Spider-Man. I just want an updated Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to pay triple the price. And this is after Hasbro's price increase. I'm not going to pay triple the price for a Spider-Man figure. I think if I can't find it at retail, then, well, that's that.
Yeah, it's not worth it to go and try to hemorrhage money over a lot of these action figures because there's always going to be something new, especially with popular characters like Spider-Man, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, there are a couple of things that I would be willing to spend, above retail on, and but usually those are like San Diego Comic-Con figures or an exclusive or something like that. Those things I'm all right with, but like something that's supposed to be mass retail, no.
Under a Microscope has an interesting comment here that I think might be worth discussing for a second. Have you noticed with the pricing, beside the price increases and value and stuff, that availability has been a huge problem? Like, we just don't see their toys on shelves all that much compared to, say, McFarlane.
Yeah, I definitely. I've been wondering about this, and from time to time when I'm standing in the toy aisle and I'm looking at everything, I think to myself, I'm like, are they just not sending a lot? Is like one, for example, I'll use this for example, the recent G.I. Joe wave came out, and they only put one case out at my Walmart, and of course I bought it all.
Yeah.
I left the duplicates.
One
But,
case.
I bought one case, but I bought is it three? I think it was three figures. I bought the three figures that I wanted, and I left. When I came back, they were gone, and no, they haven't restocked them since, and that was over a month and a half ago.
Yeah, I've noticed that kind of problem with a lot of Hasbro stuff, and I'm wondering now what is happening. Is the problem that the store just isn't buying enough, or is it that Hasbro isn't providing enough product? What is happening here? Because you look at McFarlane's product, he always has it stocked. It's always on the shelves. You go to any store, you're going to find a Batman. No matter how bare bones it is, I've always seen a Batman at every store I've been to that carries this stuff.
It's either so when you go to a Walmart, whether you go to Walmart or whether you go to Target, you're going to see Spin Master. Spin Masters has got their Batman up. You're going to see McFarlane, they've got their Batman up. But when I go to look in the Marvel Legends section, I may see Iron Man or I might not. I may see Spider-Man or I might not. More times than not, I'm going to end up seeing a character that is obscure, a character that maybe I don't even know. And I've read comic books for the last ever since I was in middle school.
Okay.
So that's what I don't know who this character is.
Yeah.
So if I don't know who this character is, then little Johnny down the street is obviously not going to know who it is. And if it's not flashy enough, then they're not going to buy it.
Yeah, like, you and me, we know a lot about comics. And if we don't know them, average Joe certainly isn't going to know them for sure.
No, it's like, what is the latest wave that was released? I believe it was the Bonebreaker wave, right?
Yeah, Bonebreaker.
There's a couple obscure characters in that wave.
I kind of liked a few of them. Maggot was my favorite one of that wave. Sabretooth.
I haven't seen Maggot in person yet.
Really? Though. Okay.
No,
I have not seen any of the Bonebreaker wave in the flesh either. Sabretooth was one that I was really confused by, like I said in my video about it. Siren, I really wanted to like it, but God, the design of that one left me pretty cold.
They needed an alternative head sculpt for her. I'm not talking about re-releasing her in a box set with all. No, that figure needed 2 head sculpts.
It needed a screaming head sculpt because, for God's sake, that's her power, bro.
And why are we getting a Siren before we get a Banshee?
I don't know. I guess they just assumed that everyone bought the one back in 2007.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, wait a minute. We don't have a classic Banshee. Why are we getting Siren first?
Okay, here's the thing. Like, people, this is another thing where I'm going to say, I get comments sometimes where people say, we already got one, and then I'll look it up just to see what they're talking about. And they're talking about an action figure that was released 6 years ago or something. And, we got to keep in mind here that Toy Biz only had Marvel Legends for 4 years. 4 years, right? And that's kind of an eternity in toys.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree.
By the time 6 years has passed, bro, it's time for a re-release.
And it's crazy how many Marvel Legends were made within that 4 years.
Rewind wants to know why. Okay, let's get to a couple of comments here, Blaze, because we got confirmation from Stephanie here, who actually, does work at Target, that they were mad that the Eternal figures did not sell. So we have confirmation that that Target is actually really angry about the Eternals wave. That is interesting to me. Do we think that maybe because of the Eternal waves and the flop that it was, that Target is buying less of Marvel Legends?
I seriously doubt it. Because Marvel's always going to put an exclusive there, or is always, here's the thing, like Target knows it's the second major retailer for action figures. You've got 3. You've got GameStop, you got Walmart, you got Target.
Yeah.
So I don't think that they would purposely be ordering less. Now, maybe certain stores would be, but I don't think as a whole chain.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think it's kind of a case-by-case basis type of deal.
The Eternals is it's a sore subject for a lot of people, but
Here's the deal with me. I did not think the Eternals wave was bad. People were rating it like the worst of the year or something, and I'm looking at the entire wave and going, why is this on the worst list? These aren't bad. It's just that no one knows who they are.
no one knows who they are because they came from an obscure book made by Jack Kirby. That's the problem. We should have been introduced to them slowly in the Marvel Cinematic Universe versus getting it all thrown into one movie, which, to be fair, that story really can't fit within a 2-hour runtime.
Yeah, I tried watching the movie. I fell asleep.
I enjoyed the movie for what it was, but it could have been a lot better. It could have been a lot better. And the end, I really like the end. The fight scene at the end was really cool to me. It was nice to see that part of the universe. But I still think that we should have slowly introduced them.
Right. Rewind has a question that might be interesting for us. Why do they make figures that won't sell? He doesn't get it. Why do they make something no one knows anything about and probably won't sell? It doesn't make any sense to me, Rewind says. And I think that the answer here is that, well, they're probably hedging their bets on the MCU property being popular with the general public, and that's why they were okay releasing this entire wave of Eternals. They figured that the movie would have enough traction that it would sell these toys. And, well, that wasn't the case, right?
Right. Well, here's the thing about obscure figures. So while I'll sit there in the toy aisle and I'll stare at this figure and try to figure out who it is or what comic they came from, there's a majority of people that walk right in that store, pick that figure up and take it to the register. Because when they were kids, they were reading the little Marvel encyclopedia, or they were reading these comic books and they remember this character. Or, they've dove deeper into the Marvel lore and they actually know all about this character. So Marvel Hasbro tries to put out figures for everybody.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that because there are certain obscure characters that I like. Machine Man.
Yeah, totally. And that's why
I love that character. So
I think that the Build-A-Figure concept alleviates a lot of the pressure that's associated with obscure characters and whether or not they're going to be profitable. If we say get rid of the Build-A-Figure concept and just release figures a la carte, right, then we're probably not going to see many obscure characters if that happens.
Well, it's like Alpha Flight. I love the Alpha Flight team. It's one of my favorite teams. When they released a box set on Amazon, I couldn't wait to get it. So without releasing obscure characters, we would have never seen Alpha Flight.
Yeah. I think I saw that box set. It looked pretty cool. Stephanie said that the Eternals went on clearance at $4.99 and still no one was buying them. Well, why would they, Stephanie? No one knows who they are, even after watching the movie. And apparently not many people would watch that movie, I don't think.
If I would have had what I call the retail space for them, I would have loved to have that whole team, because that is a very obscure team that I don't see us getting comic counterparts to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. Rewind's still asking about this. I think that's the reason why we see a lot of Batman from DC Multiverse. We see a lot of other things too, but we do see a lot of Batman because Batman does sell. And then
think about it this way: there's over 1 million Batman.
Yeah.
Just like there's over 1 million Spider-Man. I mean, the DC Multiverse it's in the name, Multiverse. So it's infinite.
Yeah. Infinite Batmans.
Yeah, infinite Batman. There's literally a Batman on every world. So I mean, Todd has an entire catalog of just Batman that he could make forever. And I'm for it. Like
Yeah,
with Marvel and Spider-Man. Let's make them.
yeah,
This is awesome. Let's keep going.
yeah. It's not like the old days when they were just issuing weird Batman action figures like Kenner was, where they just made up a bunch of weird stuff and that we've never seen before. No, these are Batmans that have actually happened in various media. So I'm fine with it.
Don't get me wrong now. I love the Kenner Batman that were like color variants and mission based figures because I always thought, well, Batman should have these different type of suits. I think it's really cool. Like Arctic Batman or Inferno Batman, like those figures should exist. And I think that those concepts should exist in the comic books.
Yeah, he actually does have a lot of different suits for various situations. Like he's got his anti-Superman suit, and then he's got the his winter wear like he had in that Frost King wave. You remember that?
Yeah, I would have gotten the Frost King if I could have found all four figures at retail, but I couldn't find Wonder Woman, so I didn't buy the rest.
You know what's crazy, Blaze, is I actually picked up the entire Frost King wave for half off from Target.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable deal. I don't even know. I never saw that deal ever again, but for some reason, Target just decided, you know what, half off. And I said, well, yes, please.
Yeah, that's another problem I've been running into. I couldn't find Ultraman, so I couldn't build the Starro. And I really want to buy these things at retail. I don't want to go on eBay. So,
Have you considered doing a pre-order on Target's website?
hey, so that's the thing with me. All my friends tell me that I need to get into the pre-order game, but I like the hunt.
Yeah,
So that's what I understand that comes with a gamble,
it,
but I like to get out
absolutely.
there and look for. I like to get out there and look for it because when I find it in the wild, it's so much more fulfilling to get it in hand that day and go, well, this is really cool. I found this.
I understand what you're coming from. Do you ever pre-order anything? Do you ever go online to get stuff if you really, really want it?
Yeah, eBay.
eBay? Okay.
eBay. But I don't pay scalper prices. I look for maybe just slightly above retail.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't play that scalper game either. You could always tell when it's a scalper too, because they got a bunch of them available on eBay.
Yeah. With me, it's like so I kind of take the idea that I had when I was a kid. Um, you know, when I'd go to the toy store, I honestly don't remember how often I would go as a child, but when I would go, you would see all the stuff on the shelves and, you would get your favorite thing or whatever. And I kind of adapted that into my adult life. So I think that pre ordering kind of takes away a little bit of the fun of it. And I want to go to the store and go, oh, cool. There's the new Masters of the Universe set, or there's the new Turtle set, or whatever, and then I buy it then and there. And
Yeah.
I think that that's just a little bit more fun for me.
Well, here's where I'm at with buying toys online versus going to the store, Blaze. Like, I don't mind going to the store. I actually enjoy going to the store and finding them when I can because, the hunt is fun. And sometimes I run into some real treasures, like the entire Batman Beyond Joker wave at Target. Ran into that once. That was pretty cool. And, but also, I'm getting to the point where, I'm famous. I've got almost 1 million views on YouTube. And the odds of someone recognizing me in person are getting better and better. And it's kind of a roll the dice whether I'm going to encounter someone who's a fan versus someone who hates my guts.
Well, they're going to have a hard time finding me because I sound like everybody else.
Yeah. Like,
but the thing with me is I don't think anybody's really gonna bother you. I think that you should just go and do what you want to. That's me. If somebody recognized my voice out of a million quote unquote Texan accents, then sure, cool, we'll take a picture together. But I don't see that happening.
I don't think anything's going to happen, but, there's always a chance. that I'm going to encounter some kind of weirdo or something. So I don't mind buying things online if I have the opportunity.
I mean, we do have an entire Discord, so I'm just saying if you're, it's going to be hard to top the weirdness that goes on in there. So I don't think that's a problem.
It's a different type of weirdness. You know what I mean?
But yeah, but like I've got, there's other things that I'm into. I like professional wrestling. I've been a professional wrestling fan for, the majority of my life.
Oh yeah, I love some wrestling too.
And so I've got a giant, classic wrestling display.
Yeah.
With the figures, well, not the figures, but the characters and the updated figures of the characters that represent my childhood. So
D over here in the chat says Soulkeeper autograph booth and Target collector section. One day only. $5 per autograph.
I mean, I'd be down to get a Soulkeeper autograph. I don't see a problem.
You want me to autograph your toys? I'll autograph your toys. What the heck?
If I ever get enough subscribers to and they want me to open up a PO box, I will be more than glad to sign your toys.
Yeah, ditto. Oh, do you ever watch what do you watch? Do you watch both AEW and WWE?
I watch classic professional wrestling.
Oh, you watch the classic stuff? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of modern professional wrestling.
I've been watching some AEW. I there's some good stuff and there's bad stuff too, but every so often I see a good match. Like recently I saw Chris Jericho versus Jon Moxley, and that was actually a pretty good match.
I tune in to WWE more often than I do AEW.
AEW's product is getting a lot better, I think.
But I'm a big fan of, Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins. Triple H is my all-time favorite wrestler, and him and Stephanie are currently running WWE.
You know what I think? I think that Cody Rhodes wrestles better in WWE than he did in AEW.
I saw some of his AEW matches, and I much prefer him in a WWE ring.
His style is much more restrained in WWE, and it works better. Because, in AEW, he was doing a bunch of these matches where they were just spot fests, where it's just, you know what I'm talking about, just big move after big move, no ring psychology at all.
Yeah. Now, when I was growing up, of course, I grew up in the South. WCW was my jam. So, and then, I did watch WWF, but WCW is where I started. So, so that I still watch a lot of that on Peacock, the WCW era stuff.
Yeah, I watch a lot of the old stuff too. Just always had a soft spot for wrestling. When I want to wind down and chill and stuff, I just turn on some old wrestling stuff and kick back and relax a little bit, because that old WCW, man, WCW was so good when it was really hot.
Yeah, 2000 and 2001 is where WCW went wrong.
Boy, did it ever. God.
Anything before that though, I'm good with. Anything after that,
Turns
even late 99 is questionable.
Yes, it absolutely is, and I think we all know why. D says, do you think wrestling will ever catch lightning in a bottle again? Yes, I think that it will at some point, but it needs to. I think that with the healthy competition that WWE has with AEW, that things are looking better than they have in the longest time. Because that monopoly that WWE had for years has been a detriment to the wrestling business.
Now, I also like the more extreme side of professional wrestling too. I'm a big fan of ECW. I grew up watching ECW too. It was WCW and ECW for me. And so in today's modern era, if I'm going to watch modern professional wrestling, I watch Game Changer Wrestling. I like the more violent side of wrestling too. So with their death match style wrestling, I think that is that's I know we're probably gonna get a lot of hate for that, but I that's something that I like. There is an art form to that type of violence.
Blaze, Master wants to know who your favorite wrestler is.
Triple H.
Triple H. Okay, Triple H is your favorite.
I have an entire Triple H collection.
Let me think who my favorite is. If I had to go with anyone, I might go with like I'd probably go with who. I'll stick with Bret Hart.
I have my top 4 is Triple H, Jeff Jarrett, Jerry the King Lawler, and Bret Hart.
Bret Hart, back when he was wrestling, that was the best period of wrestling I think that's ever been. Because when he wrestled, it had an air of legitimacy about it still. Sorry, I'm kind of a tongue twister on that one.
And now as far as, honorable mentions, obviously the Outsiders. I mean, if you're not NWO for life, what are you doing?
I think, you know what? Yeah, right. Wolfpack, baby. My
Wolfpack. White and black.
My Wolfpack is the Shrekin crew.
I loved the NWO when I was growing up. Hollywood Hogan, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Six.
I'll be honest about this one. I think that Scott Hall and Kevin Nash worked better as a tag team than they did as singles competitors.
I'd have to agree with that, but I know this is an unpopular opinion. I'm okay with Nash breaking the streak in WCW. I don't have a problem with that. I didn't have a problem with Nash as the world champion. I actually don't have a problem with the finger poke of doom, but I know a lot of other people do. So
honestly, in the grand scheme of WCW, the finger poke of doom is the least of all of its problems. I think
it really is.
I think a bigger problem, a worse problem than the finger poke of doom was the Sting versus Hogan match at Starrcade '97. That one,
because they blew a year-long angle in 5 minutes.
Oh my God! Right? That just, I remember watching that and I just couldn't believe my eyes seeing it, man. Entire year of build-up, the hottest angle in wrestling, flushed down the toilet in a matter of minutes. Oh,
I don't go to wrestling shows anymore. I don't go to live events anymore because honestly, you can't really top the last event I ever went to. I've been to plenty independent shows, but I'm talking about main event scale wrestling. My last in person with WWE was Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit in the main event. I can't top that. There's not even no trying to do that.
I think wrestling's kind of taken a nosedive since Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero have, passed on.
Yeah, it's crazy that is my last SmackDown was Eddie and Benoit, and I think about that a lot, and it's kind of crazy now looking back on it, going, "Wow, that was a pretty stacked card."
Honestly, WCW giving lavish contracts to wrestlers is another one of those cases where that was the least of their problems.
Creative control, putting that in the contract was one of the big issues.
Creative control was a rough one because Hulk Hogan could literally just do whatever he wanted. All he had to do was say, "Doesn't work for me, brother," and then they had to change the script.
Yeah, and then we had that whole Vince Russo, Jeff Jarrett, and Hulk Hogan thing at Bash at the Beach, and we'll get into that.
I think that was worse than all the contracts that they doled out. Because for what it's worth, they were producing a pretty good TV show for a while. Also, adding Thunder to the lineup maybe wasn't a great idea. Because
Thunder actually caused them to go bankrupt.
Yeah, Thunder was a huge mistake.
Yeah, and I just don't see it. I didn't see a need for it then, and I don't see a need for it now. It wasn't something that It wasn't something that I was tuning in every week going, "Oh, I wanna watch Thunder," and, I would remember that it was on and watch it.
Yeah, you know
Um,
what it was? It was just, it started off kind of exciting, and then it just turned into a spotlight for a bunch of mid card talent.
yeah. Is there any other thing that you're interested in that you don't talk about on the channel? Besides, I know that you like professional wrestling, but do you like the Ninja Turtles?
Um,
Do you
I
like Transformers?
don't know much about Transformers. Never watched anything about that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I watched their cartoon a long time ago, but I haven't I haven't done much with that in a long time either. What else am I interested in? Let's see. I like Star Trek: The Next Generation a lot. Like I legitimately think that Star Trek is more interesting than Star Wars.
You know, a couple of years ago, I would have disagreed with you, but now I'm starting to agree with the Star Trek fans that Star Trek is more interesting than Star Wars is. Now, that's not to say that one's better than the other, but um, I truly think the storytelling in Star Trek is handled a whole lot better than the storytelling in Star Wars currently.
The thing about Star Wars is, I think that The Mandalorian was one of the biggest breaths of fresh air the IP had gotten in a long time, because I think we've seen enough of the Jedis. I would like to
I
see.
really like The Mandalorian. Like The Mandalorian and the new season is going to be incredible. And I think that we just need to keep going with that for a little while.
I don't think
And
that I don't think Boba Fett deserved the hate that it got. I thought that Boba Fett was okay. That's an unpopular opinion that I know, but
I liked Boba Fett. There are parts of it I don't like, but I like the majority of it. I didn't like Obi-Wan. I waited. Revenge of the Sith is my favorite Star Wars movie. I waited that long to get that.
I was okay with it. I wasn't in love with it. It felt like
I
a
love
story.
the end fight. I love the end fight. Don't get me wrong. The
Yeah.
final moments with him and Vader, I'm fine with that. Everything else in between, not so much.
Astrid just stated something here that I think pretty much gets to the heart of it, is that Star Wars' strength was in the visuals, Star Trek's voice, or Star Trek's strength was in the nuanced storytelling. I would agree with that.
It's like there's a little bit of mystery behind the Star Trek characters, especially their alien races, and I always like that because one of my favorite video games of all time is Mass Effect. So you kind of had to learn about each individual race as you played the game, and I kind of feel like when I'm watching Star Trek, I'm like, oh, what is that in the background, or like what is and I guess the same could be said for Star Wars, but the way they present their characters, when they bring forth an alien creature, they try to inform you about their race and where they come from and so forth and so forth. And in Star Wars, it's just kind of like, well, here's a cantina full of aliens.
Yeah. The lore in each individual piece of Star Trek media, I think that the main difference here is that Star Trek, since it's a TV show thing, is that it has a broader palette to use to explore the lore of the universe compared to Star Wars, where they've kind of just had everything devoted to movies, where you have a finite amount of space to get things done in. And The Mandalorian gave us a nice opportunity to explore things a little bit, deeper, and it's kind of expanded from there. Now, Obi-Wan was pretty mid. I didn't think it was amazing. I didn't hate it either. And Boba Fett was okay too.
I think Obi-Wan could have been handled better.
Yeah. Let's see. Astrid says Star Trek's favorite thing was to take the enemy bad guy trope and turn it on its head. And like Blaze is saying, the heart is that everyone is shaped by their history, and history is amoral. Astrid, do you want to come on Discord chat with us during this? Because you are a member, remember. Marcus, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're still here, man. We have a...
But
What's that?
go ahead.
No, I'm just about to say that we have a little bit of time left before we head out tonight.
Yeah, whoever wants to come on that's a member, come join the conversation. Pull up a chair and join the round table.
Yeah. Let's hear what you got to say, bro.
The floor is yours, or should I say, the table is yours.
Hey, can you hear me?
I absolutely can, Astrid. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? It's not making me punch the button this time to say hello.
That's because I changed the settings and things are finally working on our Discord.
Oh, yes. Bark now. We're still on our walk.
What was that again, Astrid? You were kind of glitching out there.
Oh, I said you might hear Pepper bark then, because we're still on our walk. She hasn't pooped yet.
Oh, that's exciting.
She stole some of my mom's cheese this morning, so she might be a little constipated.
Oh my.
So I was just telling everyone, Astrid, I told everyone earlier while we were doing a little bit of a haul reveal that you went out and got me Superpowers Batman the other day, and
yeah, is that a Walmart exclusive? Because I couldn't find the Superpowers line at Target.
Yes, it is Walmart exclusive. Yes.
Okay.
And
Also,
I will have all of it.
God,
finish.
There's so many Walmart exclusives now that it's getting a little bit nuts on the DC Multiverse front.
I was just going to say, I went to the customer service center and they said that if it's not on the shelf, that they're probably just sold out and the website wasn't updated yet. Which I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the best answer that I could get.
I think they're full of it. They just didn't want to do anything.
Yeah.
That's usually how it goes. Because if it was out of stock, it would have said so on the website. Yeah,
I agree.
Like it's literally in the system. If it's not in the system, the website isn't going to say that it's in stock.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, couldn't find it. Bummer.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go back in a couple of days and see if it's made its way back to a peg.
All right.
Well, I drove an hour to get the Batjet and Batman. So
that's a commitment.
Yeah,
I really wanted that.
Walmart downriver by my brother. Maybe I'll see next time I go see him if they've got it down there.
All right, go ahead, Astrid. Blaze is really committed to the hunt. That's like his thing, and I think that's what you're.
I love the hunt too.
And Blaze, you've been telling us about what your ideas for your YouTube channel were going to be, and I think that you were going to make the hunt part of your channel, right?
Yeah, once I reach 50 subscribers, the hunt videos will be on.
Really?
The hunt for the toys?
Yes.
Love it.
Really looking forward to that, Blaze. I mean, I used to watch a channel called Collector's Crush that I thought was very fun, and they had that sort of video too, but they kind of disappeared about a year ago. So
yeah, it's unfortunate Collector's Crush disappeared because I also like that channel.
Yeah, wonder what happened to them anyway, because they seem really nice.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but hey, doors wide open for you to take their place.
I don't know if I can fill those shoes.
Don't sell yourself short. You can do it. You just gotta dream it, Blaze.
We shall see. I'm gonna do my best. Like I said, I'm a bit of an amateur when it comes to this, but I guess I'll get better over time. And the people that are initially joining me, you'll grow with me and see me grow. Or
I'll just say this: don't be afraid to make bad videos. All right, you just gotta make them. Just make them, and take it on the chin if they are bad.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about anything being bad on my channel because I'm sure my shorts are not the two that I put up today are not amazing, but it's just a preview of what's to come.
Don't even worry.
I mean, it doesn't even matter how good you start off. Everybody, grows when they do something regularly. So even the best YouTubers, the most popular ones in the world, go back to their first videos and cringe.
Yeah.
So you may as well just get it over with.
Like, go and look at my first videos. They're a lot different from what I'm doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I had a little bit of experience when I started doing this toy channel, so what I was doing then is not terribly different from what I'm doing now.
Uh-huh. But
I
your
don't really have any
preparation, your
experience
resolution
in
is
this,
probably different.
so that's the thing. I'm coming into this as an amateur, so everybody needs to remember that. That subscribe to me.
You'll be fine,
Mhm.
Blaze. You'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll be totally fine.
Just keep in mind that toy collecting and knowledge about toys and YouTubing are two separate skill sets. And the sooner you recognize that,
Right.
the easier it gets.
Also, be kind to yourself, because again, nobody's gonna nail it the first time. But
Yeah,
getting a video out there puts you ahead of half of people that think about doing it that never actually do.
exactly.
Yes, that's fair. With me though, and again, I want to make this clear to the people who are subscribed to me. I am not looking for anything. This is just for fun. This is something that I'm doing just to be doing, and at the end of the day, I'm not looking for monetization. I'm not looking for any of that. I'm actually going to take you along on the ride and the adventure, and you're going to come along with me into my little toy world. So.
I,
That could be fun.
I think people are going to
I
be
love
more
the
excited
fun.
than you think.
It's because there's no, with me, there's no politics, there's no drama, there's no, there's no criticism other than my own. This channel is paid for
Oh, for boy.
by Blaze the Bandit, and that's all there is to it.
For the
His thievery.
for the love of God, don't bring politics into it. Oh my God, that's we really need less of that.
Politics and religion. Unless it's your job, leave it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's this
And
is
politics
literally
was my job, so I know.
this is literally just about the toys itself and how I feel about certain things. And most of the time, most of my critiques are going to be positive because I'm not going to buy the things that I don't like. So,
Yeah, it does make sense.
Mhm. I'm excited. I don't know that I have seen, like, I follow people who will like thrift and like that kind of like outfit hunts, but I don't know that I know anybody who does like a toy hunt channel. I was real big into like Black Friday for years. Like I did thrifting. I used to have like a map in my city of like when each block had their trash day because I would go out and try to find stuff. But I'm big into the hunt.
Like I said, Astrid, there used to be this channel called Collector Crush that had a girl and a guy going out and looking for stuff at various stores, and that was pretty much their content, but it was really well put together and fun to watch, and they just disappeared about a year ago, though, so, like, doors wide open for Blaze to come open and do his thing.
Hell yeah.
yeah, I'm working on a concept where I can maybe have like a GoPro or something that is, not so obvious that I'm standing in the toy aisle holding a camera or holding my phone, what have you. But we're working on that now, and I've got a friend that knows a little bit about video editing, and he's gonna show me some stuff. So,
All right, well, you're already ahead of the game then. What do I think of Bella's toy chest? I don't know what that is, D.
I don't know what Bella's toy chest is either, but I definitely will check it out. I follow quite a few people on YouTube, but I'm not going to bring them up here because we're not, you know.
Yeah.
No free advertising.
Yeah, I don't really like talking about other channels when we're doing this sort of thing.
Neither do I, because I think it could potentially, even though we could have positive remarks, it could have negative consequences.
Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it. I'd rather just leave it out entirely.
But there are quite a few good YouTubers out there. If you're looking for, a review on something that maybe, isn't really covered or what have you, just search somebody out that's really cool and laid back about it.
Yeah,
check them out.
Yeah, there's someone for everyone.
Yeah, there really is. There is someone for everyone. Whether you want to learn how to work on a vehicle or whether you want to learn how to customize an action figure.
I'll mute myself so I can make some dinner.
Okay.
But
Astrid.
you can also get tips from Astrid about how to learn how to make action figures because she's customizing her own figure right now.
Yeah.
Her first figure, I should
Damn,
say.
it's fun.
What's that, Astrid?
I said I am, and it's fun.
Okay.
I'm painting the regular figure. The only thing that I've left still actually sculpting right now is the helmet.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were done with Kurgan from Highlander. That's the custom that you're working on right now, and I looked at some pictures on the Discord, and your progress is pretty exciting. I've also seen it in person. It's really nice work for your first custom, by the way. Our bullet.
Thank you. Yeah, he's all the shoulder pads and everything is primed. So I just want to do like details and stuff on the shoulder pads and on the torso, and the arms.
Our boy Inglorious Draven is also really good at doing customs too. He's been doing some fabulous work that you guys can see on our members only Discord.
I do a few customs every now and then, but it's mostly just fix ups and part swapping, things like that. I don't really put the brush to the plastic like I used to.
See, and that's a lot of the channels that I follow. Like it's hard to find the actual.
It took me a while to find somebody that actually like strips down the paint and repaints it and like pulls the figure apart. That's okay. I feel like I already talked about this with him on this first Discord channel, but that's the one thing that I would do differently. Like the next time that I do it is I would not put it back together until the very last step. But this time I did just because I wanted to make sure that I would be able to before I invested all my time in painting the fucking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that. You know, Astrid, have you given any thought to what character you want to do in the near future? If any. Is Astrid still with us?
Yeah, sorry. I'm muting myself because I'm rummaging around in my kitchen.
Okay.
And I don't want a bunch of like feedback or whatever.
All right.
Also, my house is just noisy. You know that there's a ghost here.
Oh.
Anyway, I still think like Tank Girl would be cool to do.
Oh.
I think Goku would be fun to do.
That'd be pretty cool. Tank Girl would be awesome.
Yeah,
Right,
you know, you could probably pull off Tank Girl with like a Harley Quinn action figure.
I just gotta find the right one because it'd be a pity to take a really nice looking Harley action figure and mess it up. So I'd like to take a mediocre Harley action figure and like make it good. You know what I mean?
Off the top of my head, I think that the Harley Quinn from the Suicide Squad wave might work nicely.
Okay.
What do you
Not
think?
gold. Not gold overalls though, right? Because gold overalls
No.
really slick.
She
Okay.
has a red dress on.
All right. Yeah, I'll look into that.
Yeah, she has
Maybe put up on the Discord which one you're talking about so I can see.
Yeah.
'Cause all this is pretty
Like
new.
Blaze, you know what I'm talking about. She's got the red dress on. She's got exposed legs.
I have the figure. I have her pose with a crown on her head, and she's got this gun, this huge gun.
He's like, that hunt is over.
Yeah, that hunt's over. I have that figure.
You could probably remove the red dress, Astrid, and take it from there.
Yeah.
You'll probably have to add a midsection to that figure, though. I don't think it's a full figure underneath the red dress.
No, probably not. But if you got to add a diaper, it's whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. I can do that. But yeah, for a lot of like the painting stuff, and like the ceiling stuff, some of the information that I found was from like people who strip and customize like Barbie dolls, and like Bratz dolls. There's a whole like thing in the queer community with that. Like they'll strip Barbie or Ken and turn them into like somebody from the Powerpuff Girls, something like that. So it's
Really?
like tangentially related, but some of the actual like art tips are useful. So I've seen build a torso stuff from there.
So that community is doing their own customs. That's awesome.
Oh
yeah, I've seen
they love
seen
Mr.
a
Super
few.
Clear.
Yeah, I've seen a few customs from that where they strip down the Brat doll or the Barbie doll and they make a really, really cool character out of it. Those are amazing.
Yeah, once I take it out.
But but yeah, no, I think that I think customizing is definitely a very challenging thing, and I think that the everyone that uh you know that tries it, props to you. Like it's very
Yeah.
difficult, and all props to anyone who's willing to give up that time and energy to do that.
It's usually not something that I focus on because there's not really any numbers attached to, customs like that. So usually I focus on actual products released by these companies instead of things that are made by different people. Because, it's too erratic to know what the numbers on custom videos are going to be. That said, I'm going to be putting together a little showcase for our members pretty soon so we can take a look at what we've been doing.
Well, I think it's probably still a niche community because it's one of those things where like, a lot of people I think are afraid to really try it, which I think is why you still get a lot of videos where people are like doing it, halfway. Like they'll get the parts, or that they're afraid to paint it, or they'll paint it but they're afraid to sculpt it, or like I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
not super afraid to fuck up. I'm like my mother. I'm convinced that with the time and resources, I can make anything.
I believe it. I mean, I've seen what you've been doing with the Kurgan, and you've been handling it pretty well for your first custom. I remember when the head on that Superman that you were using, it still looked like an alien head after you removed the hair on it, and then you had to sculpt a bald head on him to make him look like something a bit more human. You had to borrow my Kingpin action figure to get the head right.
So when I took the hair off, he actually just had like a little nubbin. He had like just like an indent with like a little square peg. He didn't. That was just me trying to do it on my own. Like that was my first feeling. I had to come get you to make it look human.
Yeah.
Because I made his head uncircumcised.
Well, it all worked out in the end. I'm looking forward to putting. I've been looking forward to putting that video together with the showcase for you, and I need to talk to Draven sometime soon so we can get him in on it. I meant to record him soon, but just never happened, unfortunately.
Yeah, I look forward to finishing it so I can collect my thoughts and start the second one.
All right. Well, I hope that you finish it real soon.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to mute because my family is kind of
loud
in the background.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. It's fine, Astrid. Well, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Good to be here.
Is there anyone else that wants to join the round table tonight?
I'm not sure. We've got a few members.
Got a couple of more minutes. Yeah, we got a couple of more minutes.
Yeah, we still got some time. You got anything else you want to get off your chest tonight, Blaze?
Let's see.
I know there's always a lot to talk about.
Yeah, there is always a lot to talk about in the toy community.
A week in between these things. It's funny what could happen in a week,
Right. Last week we were discussing the packaging. This week we're discussing all the new reveals. And next week, maybe we'll be discussing Supergirl.
Maybe we'll actually see something from Marvel Legends.
Maybe, or, we'll be discussing what's coming up for the next con or, next event. PulseCon is also around the corner too. So, we might be looking forward to something that's going to go on there. Something like that.
Well, worst case scenario, just kick my feet up and play some Spider-Man games.
No, I'm pretty sure that this week's going to be a lot of action figure discussion as well.
Yeah, let's be serious. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on.
Especially we're getting closer to Christmas time. Christmas time always brings out, more figures, exclusive sets, things of that nature. So, um,
Yeah,
yeah.
Christmas time is always a great time for toys, and well, for my channel too, because I'm going to be making a lot of videos about what they come out with, and I hope that there's going to be some really exciting stuff come Christmas time. You just know there is. They're saving
Definitely.
they're saving all their good reveals at Marvel, Hasbro for the Christmas season. It's exactly what they did last year with everything. They just did like this big wave of reveals, and it took me forever to make videos about it.
But the thing with me is just, I think that there's a lot of cool stuff coming up. Will I be getting it all? No.
It's
But
impossible,
do I want it all? No. There's a few things that I do want, and there's a few things that I'm looking forward to. So I'm hoping to have quite a bit of things. I'm currently in the process of, doing a little rearrange in my toy room. So by the time I get to 50, well, I'll have a new display set up, and hopefully everything will be properly lighted by then. And I'm really looking forward to showing off, 20 plus years of action figure collecting. So, you know.
Todd McFarlane, speaking of making, D says that Todd has probably made 3,000 off of him since last year. I never expected to be so excited about a McFarlane product, because I remember McFarlane Toys being... I remember the old days of like McFarlane Toys when, they were pretty statue-like.
I didn't have a problem with the statues growing up, but that wasn't what I wanted at that time. I wanted an articulated action figure, especially considering Toy Biz was articulated. Mattel had articulated figures, so it wasn't like that I hated McFarlane or anything like that. It's just not what I wanted. Now, I bought a lot of Spawn stuff over the years. I've bought a lot of his other stuff, like Twisted Fairy Tales is something I collected back in the day.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I don't have those figures anymore. But
it all looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it all looked really cool, and it looked cool, on display in my old bedroom. But the thing was, it's not what I wanted. I wanted Marvel Legends stuff. I wanted articulated things, and now that we have the sculpt and the articulation, I'm right there with you.
I mean, it's. I mean, Marvel Legends needs to step up their game, or else they're going to lose out a second year to them. And you got to imagine that the higher ups at Hasbro, when that happens, they're probably not very happy. Well, I don't know if they're very happy about it. Mostly, I think they're just happy that they make a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that, but I'm going to say this about the Marvel Legends team. I think the Marvel Legends team at least cares about the product. And when they come to show off the product, they're very enthusiastic about it in their live streams, and that shows.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with the Marvel Legends team. I know a lot of people give them a lot of grief, but I don't really. They're fine.
Yeah, they're fine. I don't have a problem with it. That's not an issue with me.
It is kind of ironic now to think that when McFarlane first started doing his thing, like his toys were priced a little bit higher because they were supposed to be collectibles aimed at teenagers and adults, right? And now that all these years have passed, his product now is actually the cheaper one. Like, what? The tides have really turned.
They really have, and with the Hasbro stuff, it's it's hard sometimes.
Like, it's here's the thing for me. It's not really. I love toys. I really enjoy toys, right? But for me, with the Marvel and DC stuff, it's not really. It's not as much about the toys as it is about the characters. That's kind of where I'm coming from with it. Like my first consideration, first and foremost, is that I love these characters, and the toys is a secondary consideration. So I'll be coming along, and I'll I'll criticize the toy, and people, they might get miffed about that, but it's not really about the toy. It's about the representation of the character for me. Is it a good representation of the character? Do we get a full experience for, say, the Hulk or Iron Man or Rhino? And is it a satisfying experience that evokes the spirit of the character? If not, well, that's not going to be as good of a review.
To say though, with the Iron Man figures, especially from Hasbro, even back in the Toy Biz days, they were very few and far between misses with the Iron Man. Like with the Iron Man, I should say, like, you got War Machine, you got Iron Man, you've got all the variations of his armor, you've got the other characters that go along with him. They were very few that were bad.
Yeah.
Now, the articulation might not always be there, but it is a dude in a suit. I mean, at the end of the day, that is what it is.
Yeah. The articulation for me is not like the ultimate consideration of what makes a great action figure. It's one of the considerations, sure, but ultimately we have to... I think that the sculpt is a little bit more important than the articulation, because... articulation can be sacrificed in some instances as long as it contributes to the experience of the action figure. Do I feel like it comes back to, do I feel like we're getting a satisfactory experience of this character, or could more be done with it?
D says in the chat that he wants to get the MMPR Street Fighter mashup figures. Yeah, I agree with you. I do want those as well. Of course, I have a large Power Rangers collection myself, but considering that Jada Toys is making an entire line of 6-inch scaled Street Fighter figures, they're going to go hand in hand with those, and that's going to be an absolutely amazing display.
Yeah, I'm really looking... I think I saw those over on Twitter while I was browsing through things a little while ago. They look kind of fun.
Well, if you get those and put them together with your Marvel Legends, you'll have Street Fighter versus Capcom.
That is a good point.
That'd be a really good display, and that could be a really good video.
Marvel versus Capcom. Oh boy. Man, now I just need to go out and find some representations of the Marvel characters to bring it in. We need Shumagorath yesterday, man.
We have a lot of representations currently. A lot of these figures that have just been released, and some re-released, really do represent that game quite a bit. I mean, you've got the retro carded War Machine. You've got
that's true.
There's a couple of classic Iron Man. You've got that Captain America and the retro Toy Biz wave. You got the new Apocalypse. I think he was in that game as well.
Are we talking like the original Marvel versus Capcom?
Think so.
Or Street Fighter versus X-Men?
Well, that too. You have that as well.
Because I think he was the final boss of Street Fighter versus X-Men.
But you got Wolverine as well. Wolverine was in both games.
Oh yeah, Wolverine was in all of them. Wolverine has always been there.
There's I'm looking forward to all that. So.
Yeah, there's like a hierarchy over at Marvel where the top characters, there's like a Mount Rushmore. Spider-Man and Wolverine are in that Mount Rushmore, and then Iron Man is right next to them. He's not, I don't think he's as high as they are, but he's still there. And who do we think the fourth one is on a Mount Rushmore of Marvel characters? Captain America, maybe?
Captain America.
Yeah, Captain America's, his worth has really been bumped up ever since the MCU did its thing on him.
I would love a set of classic Mortal Kombat characters, just from their original looks. But I know that Todd is licensed for that game, specifically to that game, so I understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jay says Hulk. I think, okay, yeah, I think he's probably right. We probably have to shove Captain America aside here and put Hulk there.
Nah, I think Captain America beats out Hulk, and that's not me being biased. I just think that he's more of an iconic character.
Maybe,
Hulk comes
maybe.
after Captain America.
Uh,
Remember, Captain America was Captain America is a true American hero, and a lot of children's eyes of that era when he was originally created, because he fought Nazis in a comic book.
Captain America gets Statue of Liberty, D says. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Fine. All right. You know what? We'll just put them all. We'll just put all of them up there. Forget about it. There can be 5 people on the Mount Rushmore. What's one more head?
Yeah, Captain America, the original concept of Captain America came at the right time.
Yeah,
It came at the right time.
They really nailed it on that one. Didn't Jack Kirby help design him or something?
I'm not sure.
Because Jack Kirby was doing his thing for a long time, bro.
He really was. There's just been a lot of stuff over the years that Jack Kirby touched that just turned to gold.
Oh, I know. Jack Kirby. The funniest thing is I haven't read a lot of Jack Kirby's comics, but I've read a few. And he has a very distinctive style where virtually all of his panels are action shots. I don't know how he does it, but he has many action shots and very few narrative type shots.
That classic Ultron that was just released in the Marvel Legends line with the Kirby Crackle was absolutely fantastic.
I love that action figure, but it's one that I never was able to get.
Yeah, I haven't been able to find it in stores either, and now unfortunately it's come and gone. I don't want to pay scalper prices for it.
Yeah, I might take a look to see if I can get it somewhere, but I don't think I'm going to get it. I don't know why I never made a video about that wave either. I think I just I think it just kind of went by me and I never got to it.
I never found that Red Skull either. The only figure that I found from that line was Lady Deathstrike from the Villains line.
Oh, the Zimnu wave. You know what I had to do, dude? I got most of them from Walmart a little while ago. I found one over at Target. I found 5 of them. I got Doom over at Target. Then I got all of them but Lady Deathstrike and Red Skull over at Walmart later. And then I had to go on Amazon to get them.
Yeah, because I wouldn't mind having that Red Skull because I have a whole Captain America display. So I wouldn't mind having him to go with the rest of my Captain America figures.
I rated Red Skull as the best Marvel Legend of 2021 when I made my best of video. And I still think that because I go back to that action figure and really some amazing work they did on him. It feels so good. And the Tesseract Cube that they include with them, the head they included, even the body, despite the lack of, torso swivel versus a waist swivel, it works. It feels like Red Skull in my hands.
Yeah, it really does look like a great action figure.
Although I'm not going to lie, I do prefer keeping the classic Red Skull head on him because I feel that it better represents that version of the character than the modern head sculpt does.
Yeah, I do like that classic head.
If we had a more modern representation of the Red Skull with, I don't know, his white suit that he was wearing around the time in the 90s when he was doing his thing, then I'd probably pop the modern head on that. There's a thing that a lot of those characters were doing at the time. A lot of villains were putting on suits in the 90s. Doc Ock put on a suit. Red Skull put on a suit. Kingpin, he always wore a suit, but he switched to a white suit. Don't know. Just love villains in suits, I guess. I don't think there's anyone else that's going to join our roundtable tonight. Oh, well.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think that it's just you and me and the dolphin.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind at all. I hope
I don't mind either.
everyone's had a nice time here tonight.
Yeah, me too. I hope everyone's had a good time. Everyone's come out and hung out and enjoyed themselves.
Yeah.
It seems like we've had a lot of chat interaction tonight, which is great. I always love to see it, and
Mm-hmm. Time always
hopefully,
flies.
hopefully we can get back together next Friday night and discuss all the fantastic figure news that we're going to get over the next couple of days.
Oh boy, it's gonna be off the chain. We're gonna be really, really busy. I'm gonna have to make a lot of bookmarks over this next week.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll maybe we'll get to see the Supergirl over the next week, even if it's a digital render. I'm gonna hold out hope that that's how we're gonna get our Supergirl.
I'm betting that we're gonna see some Haslab news. I feel like we're gonna see that very soon.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see a little bit more from Marvel Legends. Maybe a little bit more from Hasbro in general. Power Rangers Week has been going on. I don't know how long that goes on for, but they did some reveals. They look pretty cool. There's only like really one thing I'm interested in, but
What are you interested in from Power Rangers right now?
The new monster that they have revealed. So I definitely want that for my collection. My collection stops at a certain point. So
when you have all the classic characters from the original Power Ranger series?
Oh, I already have all of those.
Okay.
So all right, so from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers until Lost Galaxy is when I watched as a child originally.
Right.
So I watched Power Rangers all the way up until the 2000s. Now again, I would tune into a Power Ranger series as an adult, and if I thought it was interesting. However, that's been few and far between. There are a few that I really enjoyed as an adult, but I stopped as kind of a teenager, and little later than a teenager in 2000. You know what I mean? But Lost Galaxy was the final season that I watched from beginning to end on broadcast television. Let's put it that way.
All right.
And so that's where I'm stopping my collection. So anything past Lost Galaxy, unless I watched it, enjoyed it, and really want a representation for it for my shelf, no. I won't be picking up anything after Lost Galaxy. But yeah. From Mighty Morphin in 93 all the way until I think it was the 2000, somewhere in the 2000s, the Lost Galaxy, I watched Power Rangers basically religiously. So, and then I went back as an adult and watched the Super Sentai stuff that it's based on. So that was pretty cool to see where the footage comes from and how it differs from the American version.
It is kind of wild that they just took footage from some Japanese TV show and slapped it with a bunch of scenes on some American stuff and called it a day. Like, that was the entire concept of the series. And once they ran out of footage, they just said, "Okay, well, we got to cast. We got to get a new cast now."
Well, it was, with me, it was that, to me, I guess, was lightning in a bottle. I was in the right place, the right time. I was the right, I guess, demographic for that show. And it was everything that I liked all in one thing. I mean, you had superheroes, you had monsters, you had giant robots. I mean,
yeah.
What more could you want?
It's kind of remarkable.
Especially in the afternoon, a brand new episode every day.
Yeah. It's kind of remarkable that they were able to pull that off. To splice the footage with all the stuff that they filmed here in America and make it work.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely the story of Power Rangers is a great read if anybody can get their hands on that book, which I'm still looking for. There's like an ultimate guide to Power Rangers that come out not too long ago. I really want to get my hand on that book, but it's really rare because it's sold out instantly.
Really?
But it
They
talks
never.
about all the backstage stuff, all the behind the scenes stuff, shows rare pictures. Like it's something I really want. I haven't been able to get it yet.
They never reprinted it, huh?
No, they have not reprinted it.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, maybe you can find a PDF somewhere online.
Don't worry. I'm willing to pay good money for that.
Okay, well, fair enough. If you're willing to shell out for it, then you do you, bro.
Yeah. When y'all see my Power Rangers collections, you'll know why I'm willing to shell out that kind of money.
All right, how many subscribers you gonna want to see some Power Rangers?
It'll be in the full collection video when I hit 50.
All right.
Yeah, because that is going to be a large majority of my collection. This collection video is probably going to be long. It's not going to be a very short video. It's not going to be a short. I'm looking at possibly an hour.
Oh, an hour-long video. Wow.
Yeah, possibly an hour to get everything in. I might have to split it up into multiple parts.
I would consider splitting them up into 12-minute segments, like showing off one part of your collection and then another video could be another part.
Yeah, I've noticed that some other YouTubers have done hour-long videos and they seem to be somewhat successful. So I don't know. It just all depends. Honestly, maybe I'll put up a poll when I reach 50. Do they want to see the full thing in one go, or do you want me to do it in segments? And then I'll let everybody else decide. I'll let the subscribers decide.
From an editing standpoint, it'll be easier on you if you do it in multiple videos.
Yeah, I could see that. But it's what the people want. So
yeah.
Because I have quite a bit, and it is gonna be a long video if I have to do it all in one go, and if I do break it up in segments, it will be multiple videos.
I occasionally see people who want to see a collection video from me. The thing of it is that I don't have like a nice setup or anything like that. My stuff is kind of all over the place wherever I can put it because I have the accumulation of about 40 years of action figure history in my collection. A lot of stuff I have from before I was even born.
Well, with me, I have multiple rooms in my home that I keep my collection in, so it's not all in one place. I would like it all to eventually be in one place, but we're getting there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I am into a lot of different things, and I have a lot of different action figures from various years. It's not all modern stuff, and it's not all. It's not. It's sad to say this, but it's not all. It's not all Todd McFarlane.
It's okay. It's okay. But, you don't have to apologize for what you're into.
I know that might disappoint a few people in the chat, but I have quite a bit of Todd too, so don't worry. But no, it's a lot of stuff, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I've spent years doing this, being on the hunt for it. And of course I always say this about action figures, and I think that a lot of people don't say this nowadays, that they buy one and then they're ready to grab the next one. They're trying to complete a team, or they're trying to do this or that. It is quality over quantity. I want everyone to remember that. And I also want everyone to remember, no matter what you like and what you're into, figure-wise, make sure that when you buy something that you absolutely love it, and that when you put it on the shelf, that when you stare at it, it gives you happiness, because that's all that matters.
Yeah. I mean, you could listen to me talk all day long, but at the end of the day, my opinion doesn't matter as much as your opinion does.
No, and you know what? If you disagree with me on something, that's totally cool. Like I'm down to hear somebody else's opinion, and if that's something that means a lot to you, then I'm all for it. At the end of the day, I think that everybody in this community needs to stand together instead of being separated by um, things that don't matter, things that just don't matter.
Hey, Draven, how you doing, bro?
So,
Yeah, it's good to see you. He says that you enjoy seeing others' collections, but you would personally never show yours. Nothing you're ashamed of except your personal customs. Dude, you're an amazing customizer. Come on, man. That last custom you showed on the Discord was... It was amazing. It was so good. It was criminally good.
I don't mind showing my collection off. There's a few things that I would like to adjust, and I'm going to adjust them before we get to the big video. Yeah, nah, if you want to see it, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
It'd be cool. It'd be cool for the world to see what I've spent, most of my free time on, and I don't have a lot of it. So, Friday nights and the weekend is about it for me because, I work 2 jobs. So,
yeah. What are the oldest toys that you have in your collection?
the oldest toys I have in my collection are probably the A-Team figures from Galoob.
Oh, nice. I personally, I forget which ones I have that are the oldest. I have some pretty old stuff. I think that the oldest action figure I have in my collection is probably a Superpowers Flash. And then I have a number of the Secret Wars action figures by Mattel. I have like 8 of those. There was a Dr. Octopus that I bought mint on card a while ago, and I have not played around with him much because he's notorious for his tentacles breaking off.
Other than that, it would have to be either the vintage Turtles or it would have to be Dick Tracy, stuff like that. Those would be the oldest things I think I would have. I might have maybe 1 or 2 things from the 70s, but I can't really remember what they are off the top of my head.
You know, Draven, I would like to think that in this chat, at least, cooler heads tend to prevail. I hope. I don't know about other chats. Blaze, that sounds amazing, bro.
Yeah, I'll have my A-Team figures in the video. They'll appear.
Trying to think what else I got. I got some Hasbros from WWF that I got like a bunch of those. I got like some Hasbros from them. Then I got some Jakks Pacific stuff from the early days of that. And then I've got some WCW San Francisco Toy Maker stuff. I got a couple of...
I have a couple of LJNs, but I think my A-Team figures may date them. I'm not sure.
I think so. I think they do. I don't have any of those LJNs. Those LJNs are criminally expensive.
Yeah, and I would think that the oddest thing that I have,
excuse me,
probably would be my Dick Tracy stuff. I think that would be kind of the oddball.
Dude, those Dick Tracy toys are amazing.
They really are. They really are.
Aren't those? Didn't Playmates make those?
Yes, Playmates made them.
That's what I thought. I remember I had a few of those. I regret selling them, man. I wish I never would have sold them, but I was young and stupid and I wasn't thinking.
And I think the other oddball thing that I have is when I was growing up too, when I first got into anime, I started watching Sailor Moon. So I have a couple of Sailor Moon items as well.
Hey, nice.
I really, Sailor Moon, in America it was called Ronin Warriors. Ronin Warriors was a really cool show. Those were the things that came on before Batman the Animated Series in my area when I was growing up. So Yeah, man, I really wish kids today could see what we had and what we didn't have all at the same time.
Yeah,
Because really, we just had our imagination when it came to certain action figures.
in terms of like action figures that we have now versus yesteryear, I think that yesteryear, in some cases, did better work, especially with like the more retro style.
there. I'm in.
Hey, thanks for subbing, Ricardo. I appreciate that. Like we were talking about the style that we see in the retro stuff from like McFarlane with superpowers and stuff, or just the simplistic style of action figure, like we're seeing with the Marvel Legends 3 3/4, or even just the more kids-oriented action figures across the board. I think the stuff they used to make back in the late 80s, early 90s was better quality merchandise.
Yeah, and I think that here's the thing, and I have a theory that I've had for many years that our nostalgia may not come from the television shows that we watched, but it actually may stem from the action figures that we had because we used our imagination when we played with the figures because they only had 5 points of articulation. The majority of the figures, especially some of the early stuff like the superpowers, 5 points.
Yeah.
So you really had to use your imagination when it came to playing with those toys. And I think that that is what captures us as adults today is us sitting and looking at those seeing the packaging in Walmart, like the superpowers package immediately goes, oh wow, I had blah 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 as a kid. And that immediately takes you back to that moment in time. But you're not thinking about the cartoon. You're not
Yeah.
thinking about Batman and Scooby-Doo running around. You're thinking about that toy.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it's at. Because like when for example, I have the Mighty Morphin auto flipping Rangers. You could take their belt and flip it, and it would they're also called flip heads. You
Yeah.
can flip from their unmorphed to their morphed versions. And I have the whole collection of those. And those are the figures I played with when I was a kid, plus the 8-inch ones that had like action, and then some of them didn't. But those, those were almost 5 POA. I mean, they had shoulders that rotated out, and they, you could move their arm out or whatever. But I mean, their legs were just a single knee bend and a one kick back and forth, and that was it.
I think that everything you just said brings up a couple of topics that I hope we'll be able to maybe expand upon a later bit in a future stream. But the first one that comes to mind for me is that when you mention like looking at the new superpowers, that a lot of people are having that wave of nostalgia over seeing these and saying, oh yeah, I used to have that. Well, for me it's different because superpowers is after my time. I only know of superpowers. I never really experienced them, right? And any of them that I get secondhand. So for me, I see this and I recognize and I say, oh wow, that looks just like this stuff I know about and I've read about, but never had a chance to experience. So for me, it's me experiencing superpowers for kind of the first time. So
well, with me when I was growing up, yard sales were plentiful in my area. So people would just sell just everything for pennies on the dollar. And I was able to pick up, like I had the Flash, I had Batman, I had Superman. So while I didn't have them on card or never saw them on the pegs on card, I was able to have the toys. So I do remember playing with them.
Now, it's funny you mentioned that too, because I noticed that sort of thing. Garage sales and yard sales have changed a lot ever since the advent of eBay and various other online sellers, because everyone knows the value of their stuff now. So trying to find a good deal like that is kind of a rare occurrence these days. Still happens sometimes because a little while ago I went to some yard sales, picked up a couple of Xbox games for real cheap, like $5 a piece. One of them was like XCOM, the other one was Max Payne 3. I forget what the other one was, but yeah, you don't see it much anymore because everyone wants to make top dollar off their stuff instead of just trying to get rid of it. And and it makes it harder to find those toys that you want to find. Like, am I really going to go around to yard sales now and maybe find Marvel Legends? Kind of doubt it. I've never seen it. I've never seen it at any yard sale recently.
Probably not. We're going to have to wait a couple more years on that, I think.
Yeah.
But like, you know, for example, when I was growing up, people were just selling Masters of the Universe stuff, a hand over fist, or, you know, Power Ranger Megazords when the kids would grow out of them 2 years later, or they would be just boxes of Transformers, G1 included. And it's absolutely amazing. The stuff that we just got for next to nothing that is so expensive today.
And D's also got a good point over here in one of his comments where they say that most kids today like playing on the phone and game systems. I don't think kids really play with toys now for the most part. I think they mostly play video games.
I pay attention in the toy aisle when I see maybe a kid that's maybe 12 or 13 come in the toy aisle, and I notice what they pick up. They immediately go either after the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff, or they go after I've actually seen them go after the Jurassic World stuff.
Yeah.
And so that's pretty cool. I don't know anything about Five Nights at Freddy's, but that stuff does not stay on the shelf in my area at all.
Five Nights at Freddy's is it's a fun game. If you've never played it, you should give it a try sometime.
But yeah, but like I've had kids run by me and immediately run over there, and they're pulling off all the figures, begging their mom to buy them, and you know, and I'm thinking, well, they're gonna go to get a Batman. No, they going for that. They're going to Roblox and Five Nights at Freddy's, and I haven't seen anybody really pick up a Fortnite figure, but somebody's buying them.
I think it's just the older Fortnite players that are buying them. And maybe toy collectors who just buy them because they love toys in general.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people just incorporate the Fortnite figures into their other action figure displays, which is actually pretty clever.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine. But I don't think the kids are buying Fortnite action figures. They would just rather play Fortnite.
But I was thinking about it the other day. Now, I don't know. I haven't really ever picked up a Roblox figure, you know, in the store, but I'm wondering if game codes come in those figures too.
I honestly wouldn't be able to
unlock that action figure in the game or something.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I have no idea.
But yeah, no, like, and but you know, but that's the thing though. Like, that's rare. Like, and I don't go to the toy store every day, but like I'll go, you know, every other week or something like that. And most of the time I'm in the toy aisle by myself or I'm with other adults. I rarely see children, you know, in the toy aisle anymore. And if I do, like I said, they're after those items. Occasionally I'll see a kid come down, pick up a Batman figure or pick up a WWE figure and run off with it. But, you know, it's just more likely than not that they're after the video game franchise figures of, you know, stuff that they're into.
Right. Do you think that these toy companies need to do a better job marketing to a younger audience than they have been? Because it seems like the audience for the action figures that we're all interested in has just kind of aged up into, you know, a lot of us are in our 20s now, and some of us are even approaching our 40s or beyond.
So, all right. I understand that comic books and comic book related movies have to adapt with the times. And I understand that there has to be certain things added into those books to accommodate the world around us.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. Now, with that said though, I think that deters children from reading them sometimes because it's not necessarily about the character or the plot. It's more about what is in the background or surrounding the character than what should be the main focus of the story.
Okay.
So I think that when we're reading a comic book today, like when I was a kid, it was about Superman fighting Lex Luthor. Or it was about Superman fighting Bizarro, and we were centered around those two characters in that story. And there was a kind of a, there was a beginning, middle, and an end. Nowadays, it seems like we get lost somewhere in between and we're focusing on things that maybe we shouldn't be. And maybe we should be focusing more on the story itself than everything that's going on in the background. Now, do I think that these things belong in comic books? That's a topic for a different day. But
Yeah.
I think that we need to get back to having characters that children can look up to. Because when I was growing up, and I'll add this to it, when I was growing up, G.I. Joe, I actually learned a lot by watching G.I. Joe because they had those messages. I know it sounds corny, but I was, as being a kid, you were impressionable. So you would watch that and, hey, kids, drugs are bad, or hey, kids, don't play with electrical sockets, or what have you. But the thing was, they got the message across to me. Hey, kids, teamwork. When you play basketball with your other kids at school, you make sure that you have a team. Stuff like that. That was always the key focus. I
Mhm.
think that we need that in modern society. I
Yeah.
think we need role models in comic books again.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of a quote I heard from like Frank Miller a little while ago, where it's sort of related, where we say that he said that these artists who are drawing really detailed artwork are losing sight of the big picture. I don't want to see the sweat on Superman's brow. I want to see Superman fly.
I could see that as well. I want to go back to characters. I want to go back to the Superman and again, I understand we have to modernize. I understand we have to grow up. I understand that the characters grow up with us, but we can't leave the children behind.
I think that with comic books, like a lot of these characters are already capable of pretty much writing themselves. Like you got Superman, he's already a pretty inspiring character with the way he's been depicted over the years. We don't need to come up with an evil version of Superman or anything like that with all the injustice stuff, as fun as it is. Like Superman...
Those are fine as offshoots, but the majority, the main focus of Superman should be Superman.
Yeah.
And Superman himself. That's it. Now, with Jonathan Kent, the new Superman, I don't like that character, and it's not because of anything that he represents. I actually think that is groundbreaking, and that should be in that comic book because there are kids today that need that they need that. But the thing with me is like I don't like the way he's written. I think he could be better, and that's just my opinion.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think it's. I think we just need better. We just need better stories.
We need heroes.
Yeah.
Can I jump in? Because you're reminding me of something. First off, I like what you said, Soulkeeper, about we don't need to see the sweat. We just want to see him fly. Like people, like lose the forest for the trees. But also, Blaze talking about like there used to be really clear like lessons and stuff. Like I didn't read a lot of comics as a kid, but like I remember like them 90s Saturday morning cartoons. Like a lot of those did that. Like whether it was real heavy-handed like a Captain Planet, or whether like Sonic and Sailor Moon would both do like a little wrap up, like Sonic says, Sailor Moon says, like, what the lesson from the episode was. Like, be honest, don't shit on your friends. Like, just real basic.
Yeah, and there's another thing that I think that needs to be in books today. So let's not dance around certain subjects because there's a lot of confusion within certain areas of life today. Let's put it like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we need to be a little bit more direct and to the point and have that character represent that.
Mm-hmm.
There
That was the
shouldn't be
strong
any
point in Sesame
confusion.
Street.
What's that?
Yeah.
What's that, Astrid?
Oh, I said that was a strength with Sesame Street.
Oh,
And I agree.
yeah.
Yeah. People need to see people need to see themselves. And a lot of
We
that is
need to
intentional. People don't want you to see yourself.
we need to normalize a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the way to do it. Is to show that that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
For example, that new Buzz Lightyear movie, that's okay. There's nothing
Yes.
wrong with that. And I'm totally fine with it. Like those things need to be normalized. And
Mhm.
a lot of that old mentality of this doesn't belong, this isn't blah blah blah. No, that needs to go away.
You're shoving something down my throat. Like, no, we're just
We're just
But we
my mom always says if you could just by the time kids hit kindergarten have exposed them to, you know, cultures and people and religions and practices and lifestyles that are different from themselves, like it'd be hard for their parents to undo that.
Mm-hmm.
but we need to do it in a way that a kid can understand it.
Yeah.
Like Sesame Street.
Yes.
Just with
For
comic
example,
books.
Perfect. We just need to
Truly.
be able to do it with Batman and Superman. We need to be
Yep.
able to have Batman go, listen, kids, it's not okay to single this person out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that like that would resonate really well with the kid because they go, hey, my hero, he said that my hero is me. He acts like he's like me or he's like my parents.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Rudd did something like that recently as Ant-Man. Like some kid was getting bullied and he like sent the kid a birthday present or something. Like Ant-Man's your friend.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the kid is popular in class because Ant-Man is his friend.
Yeah, that was really nice of Paul Rudd to do. Kind of like that.
And I just think that maybe, you know, for example, Shazam is a perfect movie for children. There's a little bit of adult humor in it, but like that really, like that's one of the reasons why I like that movie so much is because it brought back the way that it's like they ripped him right off the comic book page and he actually is a real life comic book superhero. It's not, don't get me wrong now. I like Batman v Superman, but that movie is for adults. This Shazam is for kids, and you can tell that it's for kids.
Yeah,
Like he represents a child. He is a child.
Yeah. I think that one of the things that really did a number on comics was like the anti-heroes of the late 80s and even more so the 90s that kind of influenced the way that we tell stories throughout the 2000s because our stories got so dark that I think we've lost sight of a lot of the lessons that you're talking about, Blaze, in favor of trying to make edgier and edgier characters and more.
Look at the original concept of the X-Men. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's what we need today.
You all have a good point. Because people are trying to tell the wrong kind of story with the wrong kind of character when they take it to an anti-hero place. Like there's 1.5 million stories that need all that level of nuance, but if ever there's a time where you want like your classic like archetype of this person does everything good and it's really, really obvious why they're right, it's in a superhero thing.
It's like every character was trying to turn themselves into some version of the Punisher for a while. It's a little bit
think
of
about it like
an overstatement.
Think about it like this.
But yeah.
What if Superman shows up in Shazam? And Henry Cavill Superman shows up in the new Shazam movie and actually helps Shazam. Now remember, Billy absolutely idolizes Superman. We cut all that dark crap out. And we just have the real Superman in the blue and red suit show up and help Shazam. every kid in that theater is just gonna go absolutely wild because they're gonna see Shazam and Superman work together.
Yeah, that would be incredible. Here's the thing, for me, I have a hard time picturing Henry Cavill's Superman doing that, and that's not a fault of Henry Cavill. That's a fault of the way that the character's been written in these movies. I could see Christopher Reeve's Superman doing it, but
Yeah, I think though that if they're gonna reboot Superman, there's been some rumors, but I don't think they're true. If they're gonna reboot it, we need a little bit of that classic flavor to Superman. We need that kind of I got this, but I'm also Superman.
we.
If that makes sense.
If they do reboot him, I really hope that he isn't going to be this distant character that he's been portrayed as in Man of Steel and beyond, because it really doesn't feel like the Superman I know and love. The Superman I know and love is, warm-hearted, and he's approachable, and he just wants to help, and he's not there to cut anyone down. He's not there to duke it out with Batman or any of that nonsense. He doesn't want to duke it out with Batman.
No, and that was the thing that I didn't quite understand, going into the second Man of Steel movie. Why didn't we just keep focusing on Superman for a little while longer so he could find his footing as Superman, and then we introduce Batman?
Yeah. The way they did it, they just wanted to have their lunch and eat it too. Have their
Now, don't get me wrong, though. I really love that movie. That's one of my favorite. The Ultimate Extended Edition is one of my favorite movies. But at the same time, I can understand the critique to it.
Yeah. I think that they were trying to rush the Justice League because they wanted that sweet, sweet Avengers money. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But to see the Holy Trinity on screen is something that just that was amazing. And it was really cool to see all three of them fight Doomsday. So
yeah, it was cool. I thought Doomsday was so rushed. It was kind of a bummer.
Now that I think about it, with all the climate change stuff going on, I'm a little surprised nobody's tried to make a Captain Planet movie.
I'm surprised Captain Planet hasn't made a comeback too. I think that it's time.
Like
environmentalism is cool again. It's the time.
Now is
somebody make a Captain Planet movie.
Yeah, now is the most perfect time to have Captain Planet. Like even more so than in the 90s when he was created. Now is the time. Bring back Captain Planet for God's sake.
And even back in the 90s, it had a fairly diverse cast. So that has it going for it too. Make one of those kids gay and boom. Money.
We brought back He-Man, which has been a success in my opinion. I know that's controversial at best of what I'm saying, but at best it's been a success. We've got toys on the shelf.
Why is it controversial, by the way? I don't know much about He-Man, so pardon my ignorance.
A lot of people didn't like Kevin Smith's portrayal of He-Man on Netflix.
Oh, okay.
But now it did spawn another animated series on Netflix. It did rejuvenate the line. We've got toys on the shelf. Everybody seems to be happy as far as the figures are concerned. I think that's a win in my opinion, but other people might disagree.
Yeah, I'll have to watch
it.
What?
Is He-Man related to She-Ra?
No.
Just in terms of the universe that they're set in, sure.
Yes, that's what I mean.
She-Ra's from a different universe, technically.
Is she?
They cross over. They cross over with one another in a 1980s movie, and then She-Ra had her own cartoon.
Okay.
Okay, but the She-Ra cartoon doesn't really reference He-Man. They're not it's not like Hercules and Xena.
No, not really. I mean, if there are references, but it's so She-Ra's main villain is Hordak, but Hordak has also She-Ra and Hordak have also been kind of blended into Masters of the Universe over the years. So, but originally, no, it was a standalone line for little girls to get into because their brothers were playing with He-Man, and the toy company was like, "Well, let's create a female line for the girls, and let's give them the Princess of Power, She-Ra. And so, so that's how that came to be. And then there's a
Okay.
movie crossover of the old Filmation thing of them crossing over with one another, and she comes through a portal, and her and He-Man work together and things like that. But that's really all I know about She-Ra. She-Ra's represented on my shelf, but I'm more of
So
a
she was a
He-Man
toy
fan.
before she was like a character.
Well, so was He-Man.
So was He-Man. So
Okay, see, this shit is fascinating to me.
yeah, the best person, and I'm not trying to put anybody over, but he actually wrote a book about this. The best person to find out any information on He-Man, She-Ra, or anything like that is Pixel Dan.
Yeah,
That man
admittedly,
is an absolute expert when it comes to this stuff.
he's pretty much a He-Man scholar. Let's just face it.
Okay.
So if
Interesting.
you want to know anything about She-Ra and He-Man, pick up his book. I'm not promoting it, but that is a really well written book, and it will talk about the toy line, and it will talk about the history of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Didn't She-Ra's line not sell all that well because, I don't know, girls at the time were just not quite ready for the action figures yet?
I don't know. I don't really have any nostalgia for She-Ra other than herself, because I remember her crossing over with He-Man. Now, as far as I'm concerned, she always belongs with my He-Man stuff, but
Yeah.
I don't really know much about the She-Ra cartoon. I can't really comment
All
on
right.
that. I just know that Hordak is her villain, like
Mhm.
Skeletor is He-Man's.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's
Yeah.
great that more and more women are playing with action figures these days. Like, you see here, we got Stephanie, we got Astrid, and we've got a few other ladies in the chat, too. So it's just, it's refreshing
we
to
get Mrs.
see
Massacre
that.
sometimes, too.
What's that?
We get Mrs. Massacre sometimes, too.
Yeah, it's just nice to see ladies getting into the hobby and seeing that, action figures are for everyone and not just, a boys club anymore.
yeah, I
Mhm.
like that too. I like the diversity in the community. I think it's great, and I personally think that this is a hobby for everybody. Everybody. It doesn't
Mhm.
matter what doesn't matter. Everybody. And you should feel safe here, and you should feel proud to display your collection, and you should be proud of what you've acquired, and you should be proud of who you are.
Thank you. Oh, see, and that's I think what some of us are learning is that like the community is changing from like when we were kids. Like it's not, like when I was 9 and I went to my brother's Boy Scout meeting and like you get kind of alienated when everybody's doing the Pine Word Derby race because,
Yeah.
like it's different. Like this is a welcoming community now in a lot of ways. And people are
Yeah.
excited to share things.
D here says women figures don't move like the male figures. That's why McFarlane hasn't made a lot of them. Well, it's awfully hard to move women figures when you're not making them.
That
Yeah.
is true. I agree. I think there should just be as many female action figures as there is male figures, because that is one thing I'm gonna have to disagree with Todd on. I agree with a lot of things he says, but I also disagree on a couple of points. That's one thing. I think his mentality when it comes to that is in the past, and I think that he needs to look past that
Yeah, he
and
needs.
come
Mhm.
to today's time.
I couldn't believe he
And I
said
also
that.
think it. Oh no, I was just gonna say I think that his mentality is probably affecting his sales too. Like when you go into it assuming it's not going to make money, then whether or not you think you are, you're probably not promoting it the same way. You're not putting the same attention of detail into it. You're probably not giving it its own mold. Like you're setting it up for failure and then blaming the figure.
Yeah.
I think we really solved that issue, though. I really think that when he put out that Superwoman from the Crime Syndicate, we showed him that we wanted more female figures.
I mean,
Yeah,
I bought it
yeah.
like that, guys. I mean, I couldn't say no to it. It's such a good action figure.
It really is. It really is.
Oh my
And
God.
if you keep that quality up, I will buy. That's how I
Right.
see it.
Yeah. Don, we need to throw out the mentality that men buy male action figures and women buy women action figures, and that's the end of it.
No, no.
You collect
My
everybody.
collection is diverse. I collect everything.
Mhm.
But I go back to that whole thing of when I was growing up and when I was a teenager, I watched Power Rangers. Power Rangers was also another one of those shows that taught you team building. It taught you messages like, well, there was a PSA at the end of the show or in the
Mhm.
show. The Power Rangers were also, they would even go on tour and teach you that drugs were bad and things like that. Those things need to exist today. And it
Yeah.
doesn't need to be animated characters, it needs to be real people.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Like, I understand that, like, Super Sentai is not what it used to be, but we sort of need some sort of representation in reality of
Yeah.
that.
I remember when I was young that I was always wanting to see portrayals of all the ladies and that I would see in comic books and stuff. I mean,
Ooh, ooh.
I was kind of raised by my mom and my grandma, so the male figures in my life had kind of passed away. So having strong female characters was just something I was used to in my life, and I wanted to see more of them. Like I wanted to see the Dazzler. I never really saw Dazzler when I was really young, and then I wanted to see Rogue and Jean Grey and all the other ladies that were around at the time.
I can tell you now, people may look down on it today, but when the very first X-Men movie come out and they had cast Rogue and they had cast Storm, and we finally got to see a full X-Men team in the jet, I was just so excited. I just could not keep my eyes off the screen in the theater because it was the very first time we got to see all those characters in live action, and it was really cool. It was really cool for in that moment.
Yeah, I remember the X-Men movie and seeing it, and it was amazing for the time. Obviously, now you're looking at it going, it's all right. But for the time, my God, what a movie!
Yeah, you got to see Jean, you got to see Rogue, you got to see Wolverine, Cyclops, you got to see all these characters all in one place
And there was nothing
on the
else
big
like it.
screen. No, there was nothing else like it.
And then they went and made another movie, and it was even better.
Yeah.
And then they made X-Men 3, and that one was kind of.
Yeah, we shouldn't have started the Dark Phoenix story that early, but
man,
mistakes were made.
Imagine taking the Dark Phoenix saga and just completely biffing it that hard. Oh, what a disappointment that was.
Then we got to see something also pretty cool. We finally got to see the Fantastic Four on the silver screen, and they looked good. The movie not ought to have been that amazing, but they looked good.
They looked good. Not the last one, the original one. Oh my God,
The original, yeah.
Yeah, let's just pretend it doesn't exist. It's better.
Yeah, I don't ever acknowledge that movie when I'm talking about it. 2 doesn't exist in my mind, so.
Oh my God. Yeah. The thing of it though is that they why do they always struggle with Doctor Doom?
I don't know.
Like Doctor Doom is not. You think he wouldn't be that hard of a character to make well because he's such a compelling character in every other piece of media, but when it comes to the silver screen, they don't know what to do.
Okay, I can't keep this inside. I was just Googling comic book women, seeing if I could think of somebody else maybe that I want to do a figure of that doesn't already exist. Tell me why the first autofill for comic book women is comic book women feet.
You got me, Astrid. This is why I keep saying everything that I do on my Twitch streams.
Yeah, we'll have to discuss that on the Twitch stream. We can't discuss that here.
Yeah, it's gonna get pretty. Yeah.
But the thing about
come back to it.
Yeah, but the thing about today, it's incredible what we've seen. And I think a lot of people need to take a step back and realize that yes, we do have critiques for certain movies, but really though, really look at it from a perspective. If somebody would have told you as a kid that you were going to get to see Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, The Flash, Cyborg, all in the same place, Superman on one movie screen, you would have thought they were kidding. and now you get to see it. Like that's still kind of incredible.
Hmm.
Trying to imagine like Michael Keaton's Batman and Christopher Reeve's Superman together. Yeah, it never would have happened.
No,
Do
that
you ever
wouldn't have
think
happened.
they'll
But
cast a new Wolverine?
yeah, they'll cast a new Wolverine.
I mean,
we're gonna get a new X-Men team in the MCU.
I heard that they can't do anything with the X-Men until 2025 about.
Yeah, they're setting up for it now, just subliminally. But yeah.
Subliminally, they're planting messages so that you remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh no, there is a message. Well, that might be a spoiler, but just continue watching She-Hulk.
They're getting away with X-Men content by making X-Men 97, but they can't really do anything with the live action X-Men because they got contracts that lock the actors in until 2025.
Yep. So just keep watching She-Hulk. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
But yeah, but the thing is She-Hulk. That's another thing I never thought I'd see on the big screen. I mean, it's a small screen, but you know, the thing is, it's still cool regardless. I mean, sure, it might not be the greatest writing. There might have been some missteps, but it's cool to see at least. It's a cool visual.
Yeah, you know, at least they're putting content out and it isn't awful. That's like what just mostly what I want from Marvel these days is content that's pretty entertaining, but you know, not too bad.
I just want to be able to go to the comic book store and buy a comic book.
Yeah.
And understand what's going on even within the first issue. That's all.
You know, you kind of miss those self-contained stories.
Yeah. I would love to have just a self-contained trade paperback that is a beginning to end story that goes, here's the beginning, here's the middle, and here's the end. That would be amazing. I would love that. I would be able to pick one up and read it while, you know, I'm on break at work or something.
Yeah.
And I don't have 116 issues to go back and read.
Draven says he's currently working on Star Brand. Oh, that's cool, man. Congrats. I would love to pick up some comics recently. I haven't read any modern comics in a long time, and I kind of want to see what's going on in Marvel and DC at the moment. Because I feel like I need to brush up on things, and I feel like sometimes I might be stuck in the past. And I hate that feeling, you know? Like I'm not
I think you would enjoy the new Spawn comics. That's not me selling you Spawn, but I think that you would enjoy them.
I know. I just need to get off my keister and go do it, you know?
Plus, they're affordable. A trade paperback with like 4 or 5 issues in it, it's only $10.
That's like the best deal on the market. Legit. It doesn't get better. Because I've seen the price of trade paperbacks these days, and
yeah.
What are they, like $30 now?
Yeah, I have the last trade paperback I bought was Harley Quinn. I don't remember what run of Harley Quinn it is, but it's like 4 or 5 issues or something like that. And I read part of it. I haven't finished it yet. I think it's from her 2015 run.
See, even that I never read that one either. I hope it's good.
It's good so far. I like it. It's entertaining. It's kind of like the HBO show.
Where
it's all over the place.
I have the local library where I am actually has a lot of comic books, so I think I need to go down there sometime soon and peruse the more modern selection so I can get myself boned up on what's going on.
I would say read Death Metal. Death Metal seems like a pretty cool story. I wouldn't mind checking it out.
I've heard about it.
I'm thinking about buying it and reading it.
Yeah. I think that was like $20 not that long ago.
Yeah.
Bon asked, "You guys collect omnibus? God, why can't I pronounce this? Omnibuses." Okay, I got there.
I don't know what that is.
Is that like what? I'm trying to think of the definition for that. Like an entire collection of issues.
I have the whole Spider-Man 2014 run. 2014, 2015. The Amazing Spider-Man when they relaunched it. I have that whole run.
Yeah, I don't.
in single issues.
I don't collect like that. I just collect what I can when I can.
I bought that whole. I was buying weekly then though, so I was able to get everything. I stopped when they went into when they originally went into the Spider Verse because I didn't want to expand out into other comic books.
Yeah, okay, we got
That,
confirmation here. Big book with like 30 plus comic books.
yeah, I have one of those.
I don't think I do. Well, actually, there might be like some Marvel Essentials that I have from way back when. I guess I have some of those. So I guess I do collect it with them occasionally, but those aren't in color, so they're not as good.
I have the Marvel Encyclopedia from 2009. That's
Nice.
pretty cool read.
That's really exciting. I have
Yeah,
a
it was like a special edition book.
yeah.
I got it for Christmas one year.
I think I have something like that too. I think I have a DC encyclopedia that Astrid and her family got for me for Christmas one year. It's really nice. Hardcover and everything. It's got its own little case. Oh, it's fancy. One of those coffee table edition types. I'm kind of a big.
Yeah.
I guess if you had to pinpoint what I am, I'm kind of a big. I don't know. I've just always loved everything that has to do with Marvel and DC. So I have a lot of the different video games, and I have a large collection of all the movies, and I have a lot of the different toys, and I have a large collection of comic books. And most of what I collect kind of revolves around that. I've just always had a thing for Marvel and DC media and memorabilia. And originally when I started my channel, I was going to focus more on the various media, but the toy content kind of caught on a lot more than everything else did. So that kind of influenced the direction things went in. Ooh.
Yeah, when I was growing up, of course, I grew up in the late 80s, early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the properties that were rated R were marketed to children, such as Predator, Terminator.
Oh, and RoboCop, don't
So
forget
I
him.
and RoboCop. I had a lot of that stuff. And then, of course, I had the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I had, the Flash. The Flash TV series was, syndicated on TV at that point.
God, the Flash TV series is really underrated. You know that?
Yeah, and then you had the Superboy TV show.
Wait, he had a TV show?
Yeah, it wasn't Superman. But it was Superman. It wasn't.
I remember
Yeah, it was.
Superboy cartoon, but I don't remember a lot about it.
There is a live action Superman show, but it is Superboy.
Oh, okay.
So, but he's dressed as Superman. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but I do.
Boy, I don't remember that at all.
You had the 66 Batman that was syndicated at that point. Then you had the A-Team, and a lot of that stuff, during the summers when I was out of school, I would sit and watch, and I just loved it. Just something that I fell in love with, and then I got into reading comic books as I got older, and so here we are.
Yeah, it's funny where life takes us, isn't it?
Yeah, but a lot of things too is a lot different in today's society as well. I noticed that kids don't get outside and play anymore, and that's what we did. We actually had toys that we role played with. They were called role play toys. We had Power Ranger swords, and we had, Super Soaker was a thing in the summertime, and we had like a lot of cool stuff that we played with outside, and even including G.I. Joe. Like G.I. Joe was designed to be outdoors too. So, I don't know, man. It was just something about that era.
I remember having those old lightsabers and blasters and stuff, and even the Batman line, like the Dark Knight collection from 1990, had like this little costume thing that kids could dress up as Batman with, and they could throw batarangs at your friends and stuff. God,
When I was younger, one of one of the things that I remember seeing a lot of is the Power Ranger costumes for Halloween. Like there was one Halloween where everybody was a Power Ranger. It was so cool.
No, that's awesome. Everyone was a Power Ranger. Oh, what was the flavor? Oh, I remember back in 2007, the flavor of that year being the Joker. Everyone was a Joker then.
Then the Harley Quinn of the Suicide Squad. Everybody was Harley Quinn.
Oh boy, yeah, I remember that. I went to a Comic-Con in my town, and God, there were so many Harley Quinns.
There's one thing I don't like about the Harley Quinn and the Joker, and that's when people idolize their relationship. I'm like, you don't know anything about comic books, then do not idolize their relationship.
Yeah, like it happens with a lot of media where people with a lack of media literacy completely miss the point, and they start idolizing the character they're meant to pity. Like, Joker and Harley Quinn, no, you're not supposed to idolize them. You're supposed to feel bad for her in their relationship because the Joker is a garbage human being. He's a monster. And, the same kind of goes for, like, watching Rick and Morty. You're not supposed to idolize Rick or any of his beliefs. You're supposed to see him for what he is. A pitiful man trying to use his super intelligence as a shield against everything else in the world.
Yeah. His unhappiness and depression is supposed to show through.
Yeah.
It's the same, because back when during the Batman the Animated Series, that was directed towards children. It showed Joker being abusive to Harley Quinn. I mean, he threw her out a window. Like, that's pretty much shows you that relationship was not at all healthy.
I really don't know how anyone can watch or read the original Mad Love comic book or watch the Mad Love episode of Batman from that series and say to themselves, yeah, this is a relationship I ship. I stand this.
Nah. Now, I've always supported that Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy are a good duo. I like them together.
Oh, God, yes. I would much rather see that any day of the week. And I kind of appreciate the new Harley Quinn series for, putting that right out there on display. The new season.
I hope WB doesn't cancel that because they don't need to. That needs to keep going.
Big C, I don't have Killer Croc yet. I might get him real soon, though. I really wanted to keep going too, Blaze. WB Discovery is just such a dumpster fire right now. Did you hear that they canned the new Batman animated show that's being made by the people who made Batman the Animated Series?
Yeah, I heard. That's disappointing.
Like, they keep talking about how valuable this IP is, and then they take this IP and just say, nope. Really? You canned a Batman show? Like, are you out of your mind?
I can't believe the news I heard about the Batgirl movie. Like, it's just gone.
Yeah, apparently, I don't know if they destroyed it or not, but the more and more you hear about it, the more it sounds like they just completely torpedoed the footage. It's gone. I don't think it's there anymore. They're having some kind of like funeral, they said, for it, but I don't know what the deal with that is.
It's sad, man, because I know that all them people worked hard on that movie, and regardless of what the movie was going to be and how it was going to be, it still should have been shown to audiences, in my opinion.
If they were just
we should have got a say in it.
If they were just going to, take it for, use it as a tax write-off, why wouldn't you just release it for free then? And
that's what I was about to say. If you were just going to do that, why didn't you just release it for free or wait and release it later with something else?
Yeah, just release it for free and bask in the goodwill instead of alienating literally everyone.
If it's a 2-hour movie, let's say it's a 2-hour movie, cut it up and make a TV show out of it.
Well, yeah. If they can't take a tax write-off, then they would have to. They can't make a profit out of it in any way, so it wouldn't be able to happen.
Yeah, that's true. But I still think that you could have done something with it. It
Yeah.
didn't have to be like that.
Yeah, literally the only thing they could have done then is release it for free if they were just going to use it for a tax write-off. Which would have been the smart thing to do, in my opinion, because now they've just got everyone angry at them, and now their stock is tanking.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I thought it would have been cool to cut it up, make a TV show out of it, and put it on like HBO Max or something.
Yeah.
All you would have to do is bring her back in and shoot maybe, 20 scenes to make the episodes a little bit more fluent, and that would have cost you nothing. Except her time.
Mel, they allowed Wonder Woman 1984 to come out because it was under different management, alas.
That movie, I'm not a fan of.
I was really looking forward to that Wonder Woman 1984, and wow, it did not meet expectations at all.
There's only one Wonder Woman movie for me, and that's the original. I don't actually think 84 is canon. I still don't.
I agree with you. I just want to pretend that it doesn't exist. It's that bad.
I see Wonder Woman, the original movie, and then I see her show up in Batman v Superman, and I see her show up in the Justice League, the Snyder Cut.
Yeah.
And that's it. There's no in between.
Like, what? I don't know what happened. Did Patty Jenkins just lose sight of the cart for the horses or something?
I don't know. Bringing Steve Trevor back was a huge mistake.
Yeah, that whole scenario was kind of gross.
Yeah, and she used somebody else's. Oh God, I don't even want to get into it.
Yeah, just let's just not think about it anymore. It's terrible. Don't watch it.
But yeah, no, I was not a fan of that movie at all. That's my least favorite DC property. Like movie wise, like I like Suicide Squad, the original one, more than I like that.
Oh, you didn't like the new one with James Gunn?
I liked it, but I like the original one a little bit better.
I tried watching a while ago, and I couldn't. I couldn't take it. I thought that the editing was just such a hot mess that it boggled my mind.
That weasel thing was the funniest part of that movie.
Oh yeah,
he literally dies in the first scene, and then like he wakes up at the end of the movie and runs off.
Oh man, I love the Suicide Squad by James Gunn. That was one of my favorite DC movies of late. Did you hear that the new DC or the new slate for Warner Brothers is only 2 movies for like the rest of the year because they don't have enough money to release anything else apparently?
Well, I guess Flash is coming and Aquaman's coming, right? Is that the last 2?
Nope. The only one they're going to release is something with Florence Pugh. I don't remember the name of it, but the other one that they're going to release is Black Adam, and that's it for the rest of the year.
Oh, that's right. And then we're getting the new Shazam movie next year, right?
Yeah. Warner Brothers Discovery, I think that the fate of the DC expanded universe is resting entirely on The Rock's shoulders at this point.
I believe he can pull it off.
I think that The Rock is going to turn in a big movie. I think he's going to make $1 billion on it.
I mean, it looks good. I'm excited for it.
Like, if there's anyone you want to trust to make $1 billion movie with, it's probably The Rock at this point.
I mean, I enjoyed both Jumanji movies that they made recently, and I'm not a big fan of the original.
Yeah, those Jumanji movies were kind of amazing, to be honest.
Yeah. So with him being in the Black Adam role, like, I'm down.
And the Fast and the Furious, I didn't even really care about the franchise until The Rock got into it.
No, I love the Fast and the Furious franchise. From start to finish is one of my favorite series of movies.
Oh, Blaze is coming for me.
Family. Nah, if you just gotta start from the beginning to end, man, you gotta watch it all.
Oh God,
you'll like it.
All right. Well, I'm a grown man. I'll see if I can choke down the first one again.
Start from 1 and go all the way to where we're at now, and you'll see how cool it is in the end.
All right.
But I think that those movies, of course, they have their audience. Some people don't like them, but I do.
Yeah. I'll probably like it now that I'm older because when I watched it for the first time, I was pretty young.
Now some movies are nobody's ever gonna like Wonder Woman 1984. I'm just kidding.
God, no one should ever watch Wonder Woman 1984. No one should watch. Say, Draven says Blaze is gonna pull you into the Spawn family. He's trying, Draven.
Well, we're gonna get a new Spawn movie eventually, and supposedly Jamie Foxx is gonna be the lead in it. So hopefully that's gonna be amazing too.
I'm not gonna lie. I can't see Jamie Foxx as Spawn.
I can.
You can?
I can.
I don't know, man. I just feel like he's not the right guy.
Have you ever seen the movie Baby Driver?
No.
So you need to watch it.
Okay.
Jamie Foxx is in it, and dude, he does a great job being a bad guy.
Okay. I'll watch it and maybe I'll change my opinion, but I really thought that Michael J. White in the original Spawn was pretty pitch perfect casting for the role.
Nah, I think Jamie's got him beat. Jamie's just got that.
For real? All right.
Yeah, Jamie's just got that whole thing about him. Like he's scary. Like he's like legitimately scary. So I think that him being Spawn is perfect casting.
Well, you know what? Jamie Foxx is a really talented guy, so it's probably not that much of a stretch for him to pull off Spawn.
Anybody in the chat hadn't seen Baby Driver either, go watch it. It's a great movie.
I think the real problem here is the Spawn movie, and if it's ever going to see the light of day, because it seems like what is going on with it anyway?
No, I think McFarlane is trying to do it on his own. I think that might be what's holding it back.
Well, didn't he say he wanted to direct it?
I think he is directing it.
Wow.
So I know that he recently directed a music video. So I mean, he's still directing. So
what did he direct?
I don't know. I really don't know. I've seen some of the stuff on Instagram, but I can't remember what band it is.
All right. Well, I might be interested in checking it out if anyone knows. I just want to see what he's capable of.
Anybody knows in the chat what Todd directed music video wise recently?
Yeah,
let us know because I can't remember.
Edgar Wright, Baby Driver. Oh wow. All the same director, Edgar Wright, Baby Driver, Shaun of the Dead. He did Shaun of the Dead? That guy did Baby Driver? Really? Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Shaun of the Dead's amazing too if you've never seen it.
Yeah, I saw it. I've seen that one.
That and Hot Fuzz. If anybody remembers Hot Fuzz.
I saw Hot Fuzz.
Well, that's a shame.
What? I've seen Hot Fuzz.
No. The line in the movie where he cocks a shotgun. That's a shame.
Oh, okay. I think I've seen all of their collaborations. Simon Pegg and what's his name? The other guy?
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but yeah, he was also the father in Paige is Fighting for My Family. Fighting with My Family, something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a pretty good movie. That was one that that tall actor did, the tall English guy, the one who played Caliban and Logan.
Yep. Caliban and Logan was actually done really well.
Yeah, I thought he had a really beautiful, sensitive performance, and just really enjoyed Logan overall.
Logan is a little too long, but I do really enjoy it.
If I will say that the antagonist part of the movie, or there's one part of that movie I would have done differently. Overall, though, I think it was pretty good. Like, I would have had Sabretooth in there.
Me too. I think Sabretooth should have survived.
And it should have been Liev Schreiber Sabretooth because, God, he was good. It was in such a
You talking about the
terrible
original? You talking about the original Sabretooth or Sabretooth from Origins?
Origins. So Liev Schreiber's amazing as Sabretooth, even though Origins was a terrible movie.
Yeah, Origins is not great. But I really wanted to see him put that suit on, but he never did.
He made sure to get out before he had to.
Yeah, I know. They reference it in the first X-Men movie, but we never do get to see it.
What am I gonna do? Put on a yellow suit? And we're just like, yes!
Yes, put it on.
Or you know, put on the orange and brown one. I'm not picky. Just put it on.
That would have been the Origins one, I think, that he had in that suitcase.
Oh yeah.
I think it was the orange and brown one.
You know what? A lot of people love the yellow and blue one. I'm an orange and brown one. I'm an orange and brown man myself.
Nah, I gotta go with blue and yellow. That's nah.
Yeah, I took
Blue
a pull.
and yellow, but not first appearance blue and yellow. 90s blue and yellow with the big ears.
I'm just a sucker for that orange and yellow or orange and brown.
The next is the silver and black, which would be X Factor. I like that one too.
I remember they did an action figure of Wolverine where he wore, you know, the standard X-Men suit from the 90s. And he also appeared in the comics for like a couple of issues in that. Obviously, that didn't last long. He went back to his yellow and blue standard outfit within too long.
I also like the Age of Apocalypse one too. That one's pretty cool with the red on it. With the red on his face. I guess that's either paint or a tattoo. I'm not sure.
Draven says Logan was just done incredibly. The scene where Logan comes into the room and just starts repeating, "It wasn't me," to Charles still gets to him. Yeah, I think Logan was a beautiful movie, and
it was a good movie. I just think and some stuff could have been.
Yeah.
You know.
There's just some things that I would have changed. Like,
yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Like, the number one thing I would have changed is get Sabretooth in there, because that should have been the send-off for him.
At least, if you didn't want to do that, at least have him haunted by Sabretooth's memories.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would have been cool, too.
God. 2017. That was a good year for those kind of movies.
I don't have a problem with the end of the X-Men movies. I think that they ended perfectly, in my opinion. The Dark Phoenix was a good movie, and I stand by that. I think the New Mutants was a good movie.
I have not seen any of the X-Men ones past Days of Future Past.
Days of Future Past was a good movie.
Yeah, it was really good. Didn't see Apocalypse, didn't see Dark Phoenix, didn't see
Apocalypse is okay. The end fight is great, but there's some parts of Apocalypse I don't like.
Yeah.
Magneto's part in that movie was fantastic, though.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I really like that version of Magneto. I wish they would bring that one to the MCU.
Michael Fassbender's.
Yep.
I think he would be a good choice to bring Magneto back in. I kind of hope that they keep him in the role.
They probably won't, but I would like to see him.
I kind of wonder who they're going to cast as Wolverine. I hope that whoever they cast, he's going to be a short king.
That's what I was going to say. I hope he's short, and I hope that they actually put the suit on him.
Because, all these years of Hugh Jackman as Wolverine have really skewed the public's opinion of what Wolverine should look like, I think. Like,
Wolverine's supposed to be this really short dude that's got a major attitude problem.
Yeah, that's like being a little guy, being a short king is kind of part of his identity. And the funny thing is that even though he's only like 5'3", no one wants to mess with him.
No one wants to mess with him. That's also part of the whole love triangle thing is Wolverine and Jean didn't belong together, so it didn't. You know what I mean? Like they were from two different worlds, but they loved one another.
Yeah.
So that was like really cool. I wish we could have got to see that in the movies, but the way that they did everything, Gene was too young.
Yeah. Draven says that he enjoyed the orange and black outfit from X-Men Evolution. Yeah, I remember that one. I didn't watch a lot of it, but I remember that cartoon.
I mean, we sort of did get to see that with the original X-Men movies a little bit when she was Dark Phoenix.
Yeah.
And Mystique was running around. But like, I think that if we would have told the animated series story on the big screen and we would have just left the older actors in the role, don't get me wrong, the younger actors did a good job too. But like the older actors in the role, I think it would have been, I think we could have had a really good, successful set of movies.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to what they do, and, well, we'll find out in 2025, won't we?
Yep, we'll find out, and then we'll soon see the Fantastic Four as well. I'm hoping that's next.
Oh, you know we're going to see them soon. They've already cast the people who are going to be in the movie, I heard.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the Fantastic Four. Seeing Mr. Fantastic was, like, really cool.
Oh, God, right? I couldn't believe it. It's just... I'm kind of a Fantastic Four mark, so after all these years seeing him in the MCU, oh, it felt so good. I don't even care if it's John Krasinski. I just want to see some Fantastic Four.
Hey, with the blue and black costumes, please.
Yes, please.
Those are my favorite suits. So
I kind of like the blue and white one, but the blue and black ones are still cool.
Yeah, I prefer them over the blue and white ones. Like, I really like the black and blue.
The way they did the blue and black for the movie still looked really good.
Yeah.
For Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, I'd just stick with that suit. Just stick with those. Did you know that suit was entirely CGI?
Oh, I heard. That's mind-blowing. His suit was CGI. Black Bolt was CGI. That blows my mind. I can't believe they're just doing entirely CGI suits now. What?
That's incredible. Like, it's like you said, it's mind-blowing.
Like, you don't really get a sense of how far CGI has come until they say things like that. Oh, by the way, the suit was entirely CGI. Yeah, he's just wearing some green screen suit. What?
Yeah, Mel, I agree. If they did an X-Men Evolution set in Marvel Legends, I would be all in as well.
Didn't they kind of do that for a little while ago when Toy Biz had their own X-Men line where they released characters that kind of looked like the ones that were in the cartoon?
I think so. I think they made a Beast, didn't they?
I think so. Or maybe
was it Beast?
Maybe it was just an X-Men Evolutions line altogether. I don't remember. It was so long ago.
They did have their own line originally.
Okay.
The figures.
Well, I stand corrected. Whew. All right, guys. It's been like 5 hours. I think Soulkeeper has to get off, eat some dinner, and do some editing and stuff.
Yeah. It's been fun, guys.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed it, and I will try to be back next week. And I guess this is where I learned to plug my channel.
Yeah, appreciate it always, Blaze. Plug yourself, baby.
So if you like what you hear here, and you want to hear more of my thoughts and opinions as time goes on, subscribe to my channel. I will have videos up soon. We're trying to reach 50 subscribers. I'm going to do a full collection video once we reach 50 subscribers. And as always, thank you for everything that you've done for me, Keever, and appreciate all the people that have subscribed, and just check out what's to come.
All right, really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to do that for you. And everyone that showed up today, I really appreciate you too. Thanks for being here, guys. I wish I could name all of you: Draven, Stephanie, Mel, everyone else that showed up today. Just thanks for being here. It means a lot that these streams are, getting so successful. And I noticed we had a lot of people watching today. It's pretty awesome stuff. And I hope that
Let's top the numbers from last week. Let's keep it going. Let's keep this train going. Let's keep going.
I think we did top the numbers from last week. I gotta see what our peak was, and I'll find out shortly. But they just keep getting better and better.
So, but I'll see y'all maybe same time, same place. So, but yeah, seriously though, I enjoyed it. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Talk to you guys later.
Okay, I'll see you, Blaze. All right, guys. It's about time for me to head out, like I was saying. If you want to catch my other content, I stream on Twitch Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I go by Soulkeever on TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. If you want to follow me on those, feel free to. And, of course, I'm always here Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with some thoughts about some action figures. Until next time, my friends, with love from me to you, with love from me to you, I'll see you soon. And until then, bye-bye.